Hello, BookTube, and I'm back and with Mark at Book Time with Elvis. And I think you should be able to watch on his channel as well. I've got this package, at least free for a week. It's unlimited. I'll never be able to afford it because I think it's $90 US a month. But I can stream to everywhere. I can stream 24/7, which, yeah, that'd be a little tiring, and I don't think anybody would want to watch.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm in my living room, so you're going to hear a beep every so often. There's something wrong with the fire alarm, and it's can't be the battery because it's been doing this for like 4 months. So there's no battery that would be dying that would last that long. So, and no, I'm not getting in firefighters to look at things, not yet.
I'm curious. Yeah, Summer, I'm curious. Are you watching on Shawn's or my channel? I'm just curious if it's coming through. So,
actually, I'll look to see.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
What up? YouTube and subscriptions. I'm thinking, yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
There it is on. Well, you can't do that. It's too bright.
Yeah.
Well,
Amy's here. Hi guys, Shawn. I've been listening to your. Oh yeah, there we go. I've been listening to the smoke detector beep in the background of your Voxer messages for months. So.
And that was with the door closed.
Yeah.
So it's a little louder this time, but I've kind of got used to it because every so often when I'm reading, I'm thinking, oh, it's stopped. It's not doing it anymore. And I wait and I wait and I wait and then yeah. But I've gotten kind of used to it.
But it's very frequent, isn't it?
Oh, so Summer didn't see mine. Well, hopefully it's on mine.
No. She's watching it on yours. I'm watching it on Shawn's, is what she's saying.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yours, which is mine. So
yeah, I just glanced at it and says, Shawn, I didn't see yours.
Yeah. Coffee Nuts here. Hello.
Mark has control of the chat. That's going to be scary.
No, it's great. I'm like a co-host, so I can do anything. Except I can't go live and I can't turn off the live, but I can do anything else, I guess. So
that's weird because you think you'd be able to do that as well, but
as a co-host, you think so, maybe, yeah, but no, doesn't let me.
Well, don't end it now. I just have to start another one.
Yeah. Smoke detectors here will eventually beep continuously. Mark knows what I meant. No, I can see who's watching it on mine and who's watching it on yours. So
what do you mean?
Clara's here. I think she's watching it on mine because she has. Can you see it in the chat or not?
Oh yeah, I see a little
the
thing
link.
About
it's like a link thing, yeah. So I guess Farah's watching it on mine.
So I say 11. So is that in total between the two of us, or
I see 12?
So now I see 12. Yeah.
See, I guess maybe I don't know if Farah, can you see how many viewers are in mine?
Well, she just said that she can only see herself in the chat.
Oh well, there you go. It probably is only.
Oh
yeah. Because of course she's typing and it's coming here to StreamYard, so she can't see unless we put it on the screen. She can't see the comments from other people.
So Amy says she sees 5 on my channel,
5 in yours, 6 in mine. Wait. Yeah, dear. Well, you should come over to Shawn's if you really want to help him out. Otherwise, I'll have to send him the royalty check. So
well, you won't get anything here. Like it's the rewatching.
Yeah. So the chats are separate. That's got to be weird. But I guess if we pop it up on the screen, it's maybe not too bad.
Yeah, because everything will come up on both.
Both videos. But it'll be weird when the chat replay plays on the watch back on both channels.
Yeah,
because it will be different comments. Yeah,
but we put most of them up anyway, or all of them pretty well.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. So
But yeah, so well, I call this sorting books because I
sordid.
sorting
I
books.
thought you'd bought the masturbation book. So
Not yet. I'm pitching one to the publishers. It's not a history of. It's a idiot's guide to.
An Idiot's Guide to. Nice. Masturbation for Dummies.
Well, I started looking around when I did this, and I do see a lot of books that are how-to books on that subject, but they're all for women.
Has Oxford done one? Have they done a very short introduction?
Yeah, the short, yeah.
Is it Oxford or Cambridge who does this? Actually, I can't remember, but
It's Oxford, I think, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah.
Well, see, the thing is, when Aaron was here, because the other ones or one other one started to beep, I thought, okay, well, let's change the battery in this one in order to make sure I know I got probably a good year out of it, right? Because I don't know when it's going to falter. But it looked like it was wired directly in. So, and then it started beeping around October, November. And I'm thinking, well, it's electric. So how to do that? So I did an online search, and it says that even though it's electrical, it might have a backup battery that is going, that is dying, and it'll beep. Or the other thing is that, well, there's two things, because at that time in November, I started putting up the heat a little bit. When it got warmer, it stopped beeping. But
Yeah.
I know that works if you got a dead or a battery that's dying. The warmer it is, the stronger the power is.
Yeah.
So I thought that was it. But then one of the nurses said, "Don't confuse me." One of the nurses said that said that another of her patients has a cold alarm. It beeps when it gets below a certain temperature.
Oh, okay. So I'll put it back, sorry, because it might cause confusion. But yeah. No, I can believe that, I suppose. Yeah. Cold alarm.
So that could be it. So it might correct itself as it gets warmer. But I'm not cold. Like, it's down to about 4 degrees Celsius. But my toes, see, in the kitchen, my toes are cold, but here they're toasty. You know?
Yeah.
But the reason
Farah's defected. She got lonely over at mine, so she's come over to yours. Outrageous.
So the reason I'm doing this is I've got an inspector coming for the gas stuff, so the boiler, and there's a gas fire in the living room here, which I don't have a clue how to use, so I've never used it, but he needs to inspect it. And over the last couple of weeks, I've been doing gross sorting, and because into sort of gross genres, I guess, or topics. And so I buried it. Now he's here tomorrow, and I've got to sort this out. He's got to have access to it. Yeah. So it's buried. And I'm going to start out with something that Amy likes, but she's probably already seen all these because I've sent her pictures, but they're all stacked up because they're going to go on the bookcase behind, not this one, but the one on the other side. I'm going to make a false wall here, double bookcases, and I need here. There's going to be 2 more that'll go back to back. But
is that what's leaning up against them now?
What?
What's the wooden stuff leaning up against the bookcases?
Yeah, there's other bookcase. There's a narrow bookcase, a white one, and then there's a large brown one that is going to go in here probably on the corner. But I don't want really the brown ones because the white ones, the IKEA ones, if I replace all the brown ones I've got, I get an extra shelf on top, and it's like having another bookcase in the same space by the time I replace them all. But that's like 400 pounds, or at least, if not more. I don't have 400 pounds. Don't even have my rent for April. We're March now, right? Yeah, I don't even have my rent for April, let alone £400 for bookcases.
Well, I've been saving up for months to just try and get some wardrobes. You know,
Yeah.
all my clothes and stuff are in these kind of gigantic industrial washing baskets, you know.
I've
Which
never
work out well because they just stack up, but it looks like I'm living in a DOS house.
I've never owned a wardrobe. I've never owned a chest of drawers or anything like that. I've never had those.
So where do you put your clothes?
Wherever.
That's
Oh
not
well,
the thing.
I usually had hanger on the back of a door, and I just hang. I don't have that many clothes, so everything was hanging on the back of the door. And then I have a little stool that I think is a piano stool. It opens up, so that's where my delicate undies and socks went in.
I haven't had any food yet. Please, come on.
Anyway, let me grab a stack of books, and I
Yeah.
can move this around, so I don't want to get anybody sick. Oh, it's a bit of a trap, this chair, but I can move things around. Ooh. Let's pull some down here where I can sort of reach them. These are books about books. I'll pretend I'm from the north here.
Or from Canada.
Well, that would be. I've never heard anybody in Canada
Books.
say books.
No.
But in people in the States do.
Uh-huh.
This one, the dust jacket's a bit rough, so I need to get, which I have found one. I had one that was too small for a book, so now I've got a dust jacket protector for this. Ooh, it's going to be lots of glare.
Yeah. In Quest of the Perfect Book by who?
William Dana Orcutt.
Uh-huh.
And they're nice. Let's take the jacket off. See, these are ones, like I'm trying to sort out stuff that are going to go. These are not going. But you see, it's really nice,
isn't it?
And this is from. Ooh, look at the frontispiece.
Oh, lovely. Lovely. When is it?
Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm getting
Come
there.
on.
1926.
1926.
With a dust jacket, I might
With a
add.
dust jacket. There you have it. Impressive.
And do I have a price in here? No. I probably didn't pay much more than £10 for this. So that's a keeper, and I got to put that aside because I want to get a dust jacket protector on that. And here's the same guy, William Dana Orcutt, but without a dust jacket.
It's the same book?
No, different book.
No, Kingdom of Books, is it?
Yeah, the Kingdom of Books. And the frontispiece isn't as lavish. But this was published. Got to get the protector without ripping. I remember watching some guy that's supposed to be, he pretends he knows everything about books. He's somewhere in Milwaukee. No, not Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Close enough. And he gets a dust jacket protector in a book. Like it was just a crappy Dickens thing, but he's thinking that it's so great. These, Dickens reprints that were done with like 3 columns. The paper is newsprint. It's brown, but he's talking. Oh, and it's a bit torn. He just rips it out. He just rips it out, and he's like, "Yeah,
Unbelievable." You should get a death penalty for that, to be honest.
Yeah. 1927.
So what kind of books are featured in there then? For example, are they just essays on books, or
yeah, more or less, and books like Prime Ministers to the Book, Modern Masters of Typography, Books al Fresco, Books in the Cradle, The Book in Full Dress, The Clothing of Books, and naked books. Oh no, that's not what it says. Sorry, that was in my mind. The Personality and a Shrine.
He didn't do a bit on Books That Made Me though, did he?
No.
Let's go through a couple of comments related to this. Amy says she loves Orkut. The illustrations are excellent in his books, and her copy of Kingdom of Books is signed by him. So
Show off.
I could see that little spark of the green-eyed monster coming through there when I read that out. So,
well, I found a great book that I'm not going to spoil it for Amy when she gets it to do a video on it. But I found something that was so great that I knew either I can't do it now, but she should get it, and it's a limited development. Oh, geez, yeah, because that's why that one says that it's great edition. But the thing was, then she wasn't going to get the book, and then I was begging somebody else to buy it for me because I knew one of us had to get it, and then she decided. Then it disappears off of eBay, but which is good because I wouldn't have been able to get it. So
and was it Amy who bought it, or you don't know?
Yeah, she bought it. Well, I wanted her to because I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
When she didn't think she would do it, it's like one of us have to have this book.
Well, maybe Amy can leave it to you in her will. So,
but no, it was great that it was doing it. But yeah, talking about envy. The Magic of the Book by Orkut.
I mean, they're very nice, very clean covers for 80 to 100 years old, aren't they?
Yeah. This is kind of weird. It looks like there was a book plate somebody's removed, and they put something out. Glenn Paget Gallery / Library, the typographic service company, Indianapolis.
Right. And was Orkut an American?
I think so, yeah. Amy
Yeah.
probably knows better than I do.
It's funny though, right? Because talking about things inside books, like book plates or whatever, I was looking through that secondhand. Oh yeah, lovely. I was looking through that Czech secondhand book site today, and they had a book about the Cambridge. No, they had a book about Cambridge spy ring.
Yeah.
And it said on it like what's wrong with the book. It says quite good condition, but it's ex-library. And it has some writing in it. And, I thought, like you, that sucks. But then I thought, actually, given the topic, when it was written, and what library it belonged to, it definitely is worth it because it was about the Cold War and spies, written in the late 60s, early 70s. And it came from the British Embassy Library at Bonn. So I thought to myself, what a great place. I don't mind having that ex-library.
Yeah, that's the thing, because this is the thing where a high-end bookseller could get a hold of this, and they'll create this story because there could have been some connection at that place, and you write this, and it's like even if you can't put a higher price on it, who's gonna, if there's a whole bunch of copies out of there, which one are you gonna buy?
Yeah. I guess maybe the consulate in West Berlin or something like that would have been a little better, but still, in the heart of West Germany.
This one's 1930, and there's a list of stuff in here. I've got, I might have the Quest for the Perfect Book, because he's got quite a few. No, I'm missing 2 or 3. I'm missing 2 that's out of here. I'm sure I've got one by somebody. I thought it was him. It's called The Smell of Books.
The Smell of Books. Is it one of those scratch and sniff things? Is it?
No, it's from the 20s or something too. So this one's a bit like, it's got a bit of a ding, but most of these I didn't pay much for this at all. But they're nicely illustrated. There's what my library's going to look like when I'm done here.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah,
guaranteed.
That's what your library's going to look like,
Yeah, it's the reference room at the Vatican Library.
The
Bloody hell.
Vatican. Vatican.
Yeah.
I doubt they've got any interesting books there.
Here's a later one, but it's a similar type of thing. The Peppercorn Papers
Right.
by Claude A. Prance. And it was done in the 60s, but he's written a couple things. It's miscellany on books and book collecting. I think again they're probably essays. Well, you can read them as essays, and he just goes for different, like from Farringdon Road bookstalls,
Yeah.
Charles Lamb's library, Gilbert Wright and Robert Marsham, Thomas Fuller, sub-association books. And it's a lot of times they write about what they've collected and what they've seen. Amy says, these are good. And another one, he's really good. But
where does the name come from? Peppercorn Papers. It's kind of interesting, isn't it?
He does say, and I don't remember.
Uh-huh. Amy, where does the name come from?
I don't remember.
No, I was asking Amy.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying I don't remember. But I'm not sure if it's him or it's somebody else that as soon as they got a book, they would rip the dust jacket off and throw it away.
I mean, it is an interesting thing that I think I mentioned yesterday about a friend of mine's mum used to do that. And I don't know, partly you think, well, obviously there's nice stuff underneath the dust jacket too, right?
Yeah.
So it's a shame almost that that's not on display, but then of course you understand why the dust jacket is there. It's a difficult one, I think.
Well, it's like the first one that I showed you there. It's nice without the naked book is nice, at least the front of it. The jacket is, chipped. There's pieces missing and it's darkened, but it's 1926 or 27, and it's got a dust jacket. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a really good one. Augustine Birrell. This is In the Name of the Bodleian. He's the politician that was to do with the Home Rule.
So you're selling all these £5 for £3,
I'm not
right?
selling
£5 for £3 right now.
No, these are keepers. These are keepers. See, this is the problem. There's so many that I want to keep. Yeah. This is 1905. He was a book collector, and he's just great essays on books, and I really love his stuff. In the Name of the Bodleian, Bookworms, Confirmed Readers, First Editions, Gossip in a Library, Librarians at Play, Lawyers at Play, and it's not always book related as essays, but.
And what's the name of this one?
This is In the Name of the Bodleian Library.
And the author?
Augustine Birrell, Birrell. Honorary Fellow of Trinity Hall College, Cambridge. 1905. Yeah, it's the first paper appeared in the Outlook, New York. The one on Mr. Bradlaugh in the 19th century, and some of the others at different times in the Speaker.
Uh-huh. Oh, you said Augustine. I wrote Austin.
No,
that's why I couldn't find it.
Yeah,
there.
Oh yeah, see, that's how much I paid for it. I don't know if you can see that.
No.
£4.
£4. Uh-huh. Amy's got a signed edition by Augustine Birrell in the original skin that it was written on.
She doesn't have, I don't think, too many. She might have something by him, but not yet too much. This is sunned on the spine, so that was really cheap. It does say £10, but I definitely didn't pay £10. It's a London Bookman by Frank Swinnerton. He wrote fiction, but he wrote paper. Like it says, 8 years from 1920 to 27, contributed monthly to a London letter in the New York Bookman. and the present volume consists of a few books.
Yeah.
I mean, a few articles. Oh.
Yeah.
Londoner's Calendar by the Old Stager. I'm not sure if this is this book related? I'm not sure. Oh, it is. Yeah, it is book related. It's not much to it's got nice cloth and then paper, but I like the paper labels on them. There's no extra one in the back of this one.
Yeah.
It's got somebody's book plate on it. That's kind of cool. And I paid all of £5 for this, 1925. And two more, I think, of that ilk that I've been able to dig out. Oh, yeah, there's another one by William Dana Orcott, but not as opulent.
From My Library Walls, a kaleidoscope of memories, is that?
Yeah. 1946. See, it's very plain.
Uh-huh.
Among the Garrickines, the actor, Italy and way stations. There you go. So yeah, so you just a bunch of little essays again.
Is that about Simac, is it?
No, but it's what a way station is.
I know.
And not like the Canadian way station. It's not WEIGH.
Yeah, I was wondering, is it way station or way station?
Yeah. Everybody, when I had my bookshop called that in Canada, they always wanted to do it WEIGH.
But it should be, really, shouldn't it? If it's a way, it's a way station, like weighing.
A way station means it's a place where things come and then get broken up and then sent on to other places.
Okay, so it's not to do with weighing the...
No.
Okay,
right. But in Canada, along the highways, they do have weigh stations because they need to weigh the trucks.
That's what I was thinking it was, yeah. Okay. So it means weigh station is in on its way.
Yeah. And what is a bookstore?
Sorry?
What is a bookstore?
A weigh station.
Exactly.
That was the name of your bookshop?
Yeah. And then somebody else, I remember meeting at a book sale in Michigan, thought, oh, that's a fabulous name for a book. And so-and-so. And then he starts a book called Way Station Books and Stuff.
Nearby?
Well, and I'm in Canada. He's in the U.S.
All right. Okay. But you could revive it. I mean, you've got enough books there to really reopen a small secondhand bookshop in the northeast of England, and it could be the YI station.
How to Collect Books by J. Herbert Slater. It's a bit
nice,
rough.
Yeah.
He's really cool. He's written. I think Amy actually I'm sure Amy alerted me to him as a writer, and I then promptly bought some stuff like 3-4 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all have usually nice little plates in them of old books, woodcuts, and so forth. And can't be without my book collecting in South Africa.
Oh, very important. Amy has Slater's book collecting.
Yeah.
So
I had to pick this. I think it was £1 or £2 at the bookshop in Bedford, and I'm going, I'm never going to be collecting books in South Africa, but I have to get this,
So what's it actually about, though?
collecting books in South Africa.
No, but
How to collect.
how to collect books in South Africa.
Yeah. Book
Right.
collecting. It's like what you can collect and what's available in South Africa.
Right. And how old is this book?
It's not that old. 96.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But I couldn't say no. And I found volume 1 of Balzac's letters. 2 volumes, maybe 3.
Unpublished, no?
No, these ones were published.
I know.
But you see, the problem it has is there's some leaves that are loose. And they weren't loose when I got it, but I decided to take the staples out that somebody had stapled into the binding.
Right.
So I actually got them either for nothing or next to nothing.
They didn't glue them in.
What?
They didn't glue them in.
No, they used a stapler, which then rusted, obviously.
Yeah.
So that I'm going to keep aside until I find the others, because I have the other volume or maybe 2 volumes. And then I have the unpublished one that I showed. And I think I have another one, or I have a duplicate of the unpublished one and without a dust jacket. And then I saw for almost nothing the dust jacketed one, and I decided to buy it. I don't know. Can't remember.
Someone's wondering if you have any Jane Austen over there, Shawn.
Not here, but upstairs I've got all the Oxford World Classics.
Not in the toilet.
No, in my bedroom.
Okay, all right then.
And I do have, and it might be in this pile, is I can't remember her name. Who did the Claire Tomlin?
Tomlin,
yeah, she did a bio of Austen. I have that somewhere here.
Did she? I know she did Pepys and she did Dickens, but I didn't know she did Austen.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, I'm sure it was her. See, now we get into the weeds here.
Now you're talking.
Body snatchers and lifesavers, 3 centuries of medicine in Edinburgh. Or Edinburgh.
Who's that? Burke and Hare?
Yeah, and others.
What do they call them? The resurrectionists?
Yeah, they were resurrectionists, yeah. Well, they were murderers eventually.
Yeah.
Demand was so high, so they started kidnapping and burking people.
Used to be a strip club in Edinburgh. The
What,
Burke and Hare? The Burke and Hare, yeah. It was near where I lived, because when I was at uni there, I had to work there part-time to pay the bills. No.
Well, you see,
no, but there was a strip club at the top of my road called the Burke and Hare. So,
but like, how can I get rid of that? Because I am interested in that, so I have to keep this. I do have to keep that.
It's funny. One of the books I came across today was something that looked really good. It was on the history of the pharmacy.
Oh yeah, see,
like
I
pharmacological history. Yeah. So I thought that could be kind of interesting.
I've got. This isn't biography or anything like that so much.
So you're sorting these out. Where are they being put eventually? Are they gonna go on the bookshelves that haven't been built, or are you gonna somehow get them on the bookshelves behind you by removing other books? Or
the back ones here and the third one that will be here will be African and exploration.
Right.
So I'm making piles for the African stuff. Everything that's on there that's not will come off, and the African stuff will go on. On the other side, there's going to be 2 bookcases, and it's going to be some literature, books about book stuff. So, but I have to keep it to 2 bookcases.
Yeah.
So, and then I got stuff like this, who was the editor, the Cyril Connolly, the Chronicle. And it's his. See, this is sort of like. See, this is a bit of a conundrum. Where do I keep? If there's no room on the books about books, I'll put it in an essay shelf.
But would you have them? Nearby?
What do you mean nearby?
Like books about books and essays, would they be on like adjacent shelves? So is this for you in the same kind of category?
Well, no. Actually, I don't have enough space for that. There a bookshelf that's going to go over here will be sort of the premium essay stuff, like the not Dickens, Orwell set, Auden set of essays, possibly stuff like
But
this.
what do you do when there is the crossover? So obviously you've got Orwell's essays on books and things.
And they go in the essay one because I don't have enough space.
Right.
I don't have enough space because it's part of a set. And then this will go in books about books. But if I need space there and I've got space somewhere else, that'll go into the essays, because it's not specifically about collecting books. You see, it's not specifically about literature so much either.
Right.
So the other side is going to be stuff like this, the books about collecting. That's going to take up a couple shelves probably, and then there will be stuff about the history of literature, and things like that. But then biographies are being moved into the kitchen alongside letters, diaries, and journals.
Yeah.
So they're going to be separated, except the biographies of explorers.
Okay, so the biographies of explorers will stay with the exploration.
Yeah.
Right.
But everything else, if it's a biography, most of it's going to be literary people or historians, but there's not going to be too many historians. So it's all going to be there. I'd like to have it all with the literature. I would like to, but I just don't have enough space to put bookcases together like that.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's a bit of a problem.
That would be, yeah.
So I'm going to start putting this in bags because I know this is going to go on the other side here. There's one bookcase that I've gotten ready, or started to get ready, because I started pulling stuff off, and there's African stuff which are going to come here on the floor, on the side, and then eventually up in here.
Yeah.
So we got these bags. I got tons of these bags, but most of them are full.
We've got a couple of questions. Well, I've got a question from Farah here. Do you have bookshelves in each room, Shawn?
Yes, except the upstairs lavatory and the downstairs toilet. Every other room has bookshelves. In the bedrooms, lined with bookshelves. The room above here, which is the same size, is lined with bookcases and bags of books. And then here it is, and there's two bookcases in the, well, actually there's three, and there might even be more in the kitchen eventually.
Do you ever wonder how you had your books in your small one-room place before?
I do. I don't know how, and because I've got more than twice the space here, and I don't have enough to put stuff up. It's insane.
Yeah, it's incredible. So it's just that some bookshelves just haven't been built, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't have no. Well, yeah. There's a narrow one which will probably wind up going upstairs, and there's a wider one, a brown one, which will probably go over here, and that's where the essays are going to go. But eventually, I want to change them out to these white ones.
Yeah.
And then, like upstairs at the head, at the top of the stairs, I have to figure out to put something up there. And what I'd like to probably do is I've got like the Bookman, like I got these journals, but I need really heavy duty shelves because I want to get those out on shelves, because that's books about books, all this stuff. And there's like the library, it's the Proceedings of the Bibliographical Society, which has really fabulous articles in, but I've never had them really out of a box since I got them. So I haven't actually looked through them, and I want to, and because I want to read some of the articles.
So in some ways, these people who are sending you free books kind of hate you in some ways.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's why I said to you, I have to stop, But then again, if somebody, sends me a picture of like, 10 or 12, anthologies that I don't have from the 50s, science fiction, am I going to say no to that? And the thing is, I'll be taking stuff off the shelf of other things to make space for that. And that's what I'm going to do upstairs. That a big part of it's going to be my film collection in the room up here, and science fiction is going to be, I don't know, and reference science fiction is going to be probably about 8 bookcases. 7 bookcases or so. And I still have other space, but I have to pull off a lot of stuff. Like I've got a huge thing of transport history.
Who do you have to pull off? Sorry?
I have to pull them off the shelf and get rid of them. And there's a lot of the history is going to go. Like, for instance, that there, a top shelf.
Oh, yeah.
That's David Hume's, and somebody else completed the history of England.
See,
Beautiful.
That's who you need to pop on over, cross the Irish Sea, and come and go through your books. Is Mr. Jason Harrigan. Hello. We haven't seen you in ages.
Yeah.
I have books in the attic. I boxed up more than 20 years ago. It was fun poking around during lockdown. Yes. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. I just don't have... Mark, you've got... I wouldn't have any problem probably with your space, but I'd probably max it out.
I think you would max it out because actually there's not a huge amount of blank wall space.
Yeah, but
I have so many windows. I mean, right here is a window, another window there. There's another 3 windows around there. There's another window here next to me. So I mean, this area technically, I guess I could build around the walls and up through the loft, but I haven't got the money for that at the moment. So yeah. But Jason, are you still selling books now? Is that your business? Coffee Nut. How many bookcases do you have, Shawn?
Ooh, large bookcases.
You look like you're having a stroke.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I have 16 large bookcases.
So when you say large, like, what are we talking? How many books do you reckon you get in a large bookcase?
It depends on the size. They're 7 feet tall. Let's put it that way.
7 feet tall, right?
This wide.
Right.
So I have about 16 of those, and I have 6 others that are half that size. So that's another 3. And I have 4 that are vertical half that size. So that's another 2. So what is that? That's
25.
Yeah.
No.
And then I've got I don't know how many smaller ones that are short. And then I got another smaller ones for paperbacks and stuff. I've got about 17 of those, and I need more of those to go up in the bedroom along the one wall for my science fiction stuff. So I don't know. I probably have currently 30, 40 bookcases, but they're various sizes.
I have 3. And I have like a TV table that has the two shelves underneath that are full of books.
You sent me a horrifying picture of that TV and the books.
Well, what else can I do? It's better than having them on the floor, no? Why is it horrifying?
I was on the TV.
Oh, I thought you meant because of the way the books were stacked. No. Sorry. I was like, oh dear. Nope. One of my sons has taken over as a part-time dealer with my old stock. Full-time how do you say that? Oh my goodness. Numismatist?
Yeah. Coins.
Yes. I know, but I don't know how to say it. Numismatist. Yeah. Oh wow, wonderful. That's amazing. So you need to send your son over to come and take the books that Shaw wants to get rid of.
Yeah, but there's nothing that it's not.
He's doing like proper rare books, is he? Not like just general.
Yeah. See, the thing is, the ones that and I do have some that would be wanted by an antiquarian books seller, but I'm not getting rid of those yet. You got to pry those out of my dead hands.
Pry this book out of my. You got to pry this history of masturbation out of my cold, dead right hand because it's stuck there.
Because like I got that vellum 1905
Sorry.
2 volumes of Gilbert White's Natural History of Selborne that have really fantastic etchings in, and they're signed by the editor. They're signed by all the artists. It's limited to 160 copies.
160 copies.
Yeah, and only 150 were for sale. And I've got one set. I've got a set of them.
I don't know if that means he's patient in that he's going to wait out your life, Shawn. Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
The problem is I got to get rid of stuff, and that's the really tough thing because I should continue because I got to get this stuff done, but there's stuff that I know I'm going to want later. It's like that 2-volume history of from 1848 to 1945 France that I got. I paid like £2 each or maybe £1 each.
Yeah.
For those, and I had no particular interest in reading it at the time, like 5-6 years ago. But now rereading Zola and all this stuff, especially Zola, I want to read those. So the stuff, like I say, like the David Hume, that's 1860 something, I think. Beautiful. Like the binding is it's a bit faded on the spine, but it's just beautiful. Victorian binding.
Yeah.
It's a whole shelf. I can't keep that. I can't keep it.
Hmm.
Oh, we were talking yesterday about dust jackets.
Yeah. 17th century dust jackets.
19th century.
19th century, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Summer says she has 10 bookshelves, but my books are double stacked. My mum has 33 bookshelves, so our house is full of ...
Yeah, if I had 30, there's no way I could put 30 of these in this house. It's not possible. There's not enough space. I only have 625 square feet, and that's including the kitchen and the bathrooms and every inch. It's not very big. It's small. And that's the problem. But yeah, I'm not getting rid of that. That's the thing. And that's going across there. So that's going in my bag to be taken over there.
Snap, Farah. Yeah, you like me. I've got 3 as well. So
150 years of the general catalog of printed books in the British Museum.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Like it's history. Yeah. Like, see, very expensive, £2. And I don't want to get rid of that because it's about libraries. So I have to make a thing. This one I'll get rid of because it's a great subject, but I thought it was badly written. The catalog of shipwrecked books. It's about Columbus's son who was trying to make like a universal library and create everything. It's just not well written. So that will go into I got some plastic bins here to be sold. Because I'd like to keep it as a reference to look at, but I need space.
I'm curious though, like because obviously, the books aren't organized yet.
Yeah.
And, you mentioned keeping so many of them as references.
Yeah.
How often do you actually find yourself referencing and being able to find the book that you're trying to reference?
When it's on the shelf, easy.
Right.
Yeah. See, that's where I want to get the stuff on the shelf. Like I now have, I'm using a lot of my science fiction stuff, but I brought them downstairs off the shelf, so I have to get some other little bookcases so I can organize them in the kitchen, so they're to hand, so I can use them rather than in stacks.
Yeah.
Because I'm finding I'm using them very frequently. But it
Yeah.
depends on what I'm doing. That's the thing. It's like right now it's science fiction, so I'm digging into the science fiction stuff a lot, and
Yeah.
I want to get the the dictionary, the dictionary of national biography all set up, so I can start using that. And
So I
I'm
guess
missing.
it just leads you down various various different rabbit holes and things each time you
Yeah,
pick up something and go through it, and you know um that kind of thing, right? So
yeah. So I like doing that because like I don't know if anybody watched the Desert Island Books with Gavin, and he had the Encyclopedia of Science Fiction by John Clute and Peter Nichols.
yeah,
It's like, all that information and more is on their website of the encyclopedia. But you
yeah,
need to know what you're looking for. Like if you want to, if you want to look up Clifford Simak and you want to look
yeah,
up the history, that's fine. You can search it. And then, but the thing is, you miss the joy of picking up the book and flipping through.
yeah. Sorry, I seem to have done something with my camera.
You've turned it off.
No, it's crooked, and I don't know if it's got a loose connection. Hang on, let me just. I can't do it. Well, you're still there. What's that you've
Yeah.
got?
It's again, it's like something I'd like to keep, but I think I might get rid of it. It's called Representations of Book Culture in 18th Century English Imaginative Writing. I have to look a little closer at this, whether I'll keep it or not. It's a Paul Grieve, it's one of these things that new. It's like over £100.
Yeah, they are expensive Palgrave books, aren't they?
Yeah. So I have to see what this actually is before I decide to get rid of it. Because there you're back.
Okay, cool.
Um, so yeah, it could be just wool gathering, or it could be some interesting stuff about book history. So I'll keep that for now, and it'll go on the. See, that's the thing. Stuff will go on the shelf, which I think I want to keep, and then I'm going to have to resort again when I need space.
Yeah, yeah. What's that Orwell book behind you? It's a biography or it's a work of his? Just
Which one?
over your right shoulder, black spine, white writing. Yeah,
It must be a biography, I think.
right. So those are biographies, are they?
No, there's some biographies there which are going to. Oh, you mean that one there? Or?
Yeah, yeah. It's third in from. Yeah, there. Your finger's literally on it.
I started. Can I reach it? Where is it? Which shelf?
Down. It's literally level with the movie. Yeah, there you go. You got it. Yeah.
Because it's too difficult to look around. Oh yeah, it's DJ Taylor's The Life, and he's rewritten it called The New Life. And so I got this signed by him
Oh
and
yeah.
by Richard Blair. You know who Richard Blair is?
His son.
Yes.
Yeah.
So even though I'll buy the new one, I'm not getting rid of this.
Yeah. Well, I know. Is it made out to you personally, or is it just signed by them?
To me, at the Oxford Literary Festival in 2009.
Well, Amy's got the one actually signed by Eric Blair himself. So.
Well, this is Eric Blair has never written anything about his father,
No,
other than maybe,
I
maybe.
meant, I meant George Orwell himself.
Oh, Eric Blair.
I said Eric Blair.
Oh, did you? Sorry.
Yeah.
See, this isn't going. Victorian book design and color printing.
Yeah.
Color. Well, yeah, there are some color. I was going to say all in black and white, but no.
That would be typical.
but there is black and white. But you see, that's a keeper.
See, I feel bad now because you've taken the Orwell down. It's going to just join the other piles instead of being on the shelf.
Well, it's going to go. It's going to go into the kitchen eventually.
All right. Okay.
Biographies. See, this one I do want to keep. I think. Oh God, how did this? How do these things get dinged up? And I know that they weren't. Stuff gets damaged when you move.
Yeah.
Oh wow, $1 or £1 99.
Uh-huh.
So it's Under Egypt's Spell: The Influence of Egypt on Writers from the 18th Century. That's, I think, a keeper, at least for now.
Question from Jason. Yeah, it is. It is, Jason. A bit of a challenge to. Well, not. It's not a challenge really to get hold of new books, but I want to make use of things like eBay, and I'd love to get some of the things that Shawn gets or whatever, and that's harder because obviously with Brexit, I can't get the stuff sent very easily. I don't know. Maybe I need. That's a business you could do, Jason. There you go. You could be like, I don't know whether are there duties. There aren't duties between Ireland and Great Britain, are there? Or are there?
No, not Europe, because they're still in the EU.
Yeah, but I'm saying between Ireland and the UK.
But why do you need that?
Well, because then you could have things sent from the UK to Ireland and then sent to the EU.
Jason, the book mule.
Yeah, exactly. There you go, Jason. But yeah, I mean, there are a couple of secondhand places. It's an all right site. It's very much a hit and miss site in Czech Republic. Some weird stuff. I have to wonder how it ever got here. And then there are a few fairly decent ones in Poland that now send here as well. Because I guess maybe a few Poles bring them back from England and stuff like that. But still, I can't get hold of particularly nice older books, which maybe it's a good thing. Otherwise, I would end up with 40 bookcases and piles everywhere. But
it's easy to do when you're not paying much per book.
Yeah, there is a duty now between the UK and Ireland. So
yeah, Ireland, yeah. But
what about between Northern Ireland and Britain and the Republic? Maybe someone needs to set up something on the border.
Well, probably Northern Ireland. There's nothing. There shouldn't be anything with the UK, but yeah, I don't know.
Thought there was some kind of this is the whole point, wasn't it? Where people were worried about the Northern Ireland peace process because of Brexit and this border in the Irish Sea and all that. But I don't know.
See, here's one that I think will go, even though I haven't read it. It's Yellowing. It's the British special of publication, but it's a language 500 years of the vulgar tongue. It's very interesting, but yeah.
What is a parcel motel service?
I have to be brutal at times.
Oh no, it's stopped as of 31st of January. Apparently,
what stopped?
It's parcel motel. So according to Reddit,
this is a slim enough volume that I probably will keep. Poetry, direct and oblique.
Right.
It's an essay.
I don't know if it's on my computer or whether the viewers can see it too, but you keep freezing for me, Shawn.
Oh, I shouldn't, because I'm 2.5 feet away from the router.
Maybe it's my internet. I don't know. Maybe I'm the one who's not coming clear for people. I don't know.
Yeah, you always lie. So yeah.
I always lie.
Well, you don't come clear.
Oh right. Yeah.
A History of Punch.
I have visions of you getting rid of 6 books.
But you see, I want to keep this a history of Punch because I am still interested in 19th century publications or periodicals. And you
I
see,
think your problem, Shawn, though, actually, bless you, is that your interests are too narrow, too diverse. You need to maybe
they are.
focus and narrow your interests down.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. And that's like it's books about books, African exploration, film, letters.
It's not very narrow.
Well, it's getting rid of some stuff, but anyway, it's
Yeah.
like this is the problem when you get good books like this for £1 or less. I probably paid 80 pence for this or 75 pence.
But I mean, you did have a lot of like transport books and stuff, didn't you?
Yeah, that's most of that is going to go. There's a few things I'll keep, but yeah, most of that is going to go. I don't want to get rid of it because I've read a lot of stuff, but I just can't keep it.
No freezing on Coffee Nuts End. Summer doesn't have much faith in you.
Well, that's keeping. Penguin design, a cover story. It's paperback, but it's about penguins, the cover designs. So that's a definite keep. Thomas Hardy, a bibliographical study.
Oh, you can get rid of Thomas Hardy. Come on.
I will be. That is going in to get rid of. It's it's basically brand new. It hasn't been used.
Yeah.
This could be one of the really good bibliographical. Yeah, it's Oak Knoll Press and British Library. It's an annotated. It's really good. But
so let's sell it, Shawn. Let's sell it right now. We've got like 20 people here. So who's going to give me £10?
Go give you
yeah.
I'd like to read some of this guy's stuff, but I don't know when I'll ever get around to it. Is an Inspector Montalbano mystery. I've got some hardcovers. And there they are on the back. Well, that's kind of neat. It's raised lettering.
Yeah. No, they're good.
What?
They're good. Inspector Montalbano.
It's going into the sell pile.
Ah, well, if there wasn't Brexit, I'd buy them.
Now, these I think I'm going to keep for now because I was starting to collect the Oxford History of English Literature.
Take care, Jason. See you later.
Bye. Thanks for stopping by, Jason. The Age of Johnson, definitely that one I will keep. Even if I get rid of some of the others. But this one I'll definitely be keeping. Oh. Now we got some other bibliographies. These are really going to be hard to get rid of because they're annotated. It's mid-Victorian poetry.
Right.
And it tells a lot of stuff about the poets. You see, I might wind up keeping this.
To make it easy, I'll take the rest sight unseen, and in return, I'll send you a case of maple syrup.
Well, somebody did offer to come and before I moved. Somebody offered me £150, and they'll take everything off my hands.
Yeah, I know who that someone was.
Yeah. See, this I'll keep because I will eventually go through the poetry that I have upstairs and get rid of a lot of stuff. So if I can make space for this on shelves, I will keep them. But they will eventually go because there's more. There's more. Yeah, there's late Victorian poetry for the same woman. Because the thing is, I can look up a name and I get a lot of information about the style of poetry they wrote, a little bibliographical information, and I can just flip through. And I I've done that with this. This was when I first started my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And there was somebody in London that was a retired academic English lit. And I did some stuff on bibliography. And she sent me like eventually 4 boxes of history of literature and bibliographies. Now I got them.
Okay.
But
I don't know if there's an issue on my end, because seriously, I'm just getting you like a little bit robotic and you're moving, but everybody else says you're clear. So I don't know. I mean, I know I look really clear on my through my computer, but
was that good enough?
No, I don't know what's going on. It's volume 4, though.
Yeah, but I've got 6 of them. There's 8 volumes, I think, that have been done now, or is it 9? I'm behind a few.
Have you read them?
This is not going.
Have you read them? Not yet.
No, I've read bits and pieces. I've looked through, and that's why I want to have them on the shelf so I can pull them off and sit beside and read a letter here or there. And if it takes me years, I don't care. Like, I'll just read a few things at a time. And that's what I love having this stuff like this. And I do want the rest of his letters. I've got his nonfiction, like 10 volumes, and that's his essay stuff, which is going to go in here. I've got all his poetry, now the letters, but they've stalled out on publishing the letters. I can't read that. Put that up on and read
it. It's Farah saying just get rid of the ones you're not sure of, and then if you really want to read them later on, you can get them from the library. I think she's got a high opinion of the libraries over there. So
that makes a lot of sense, but in practice, it doesn't work. You probably haven't heard my story. I'll briefly do this. They have a service here that they will bring library books to me weekly or bi-weekly or whatever. So I called up for this, and they asked me what subjects I was interested in. I mentioned all this. And they said, oh, okay, well, how much do you read? Okay, well, every 2 weeks, we'll bring you 10 books. And I'm going, like, I don't get to choose what those 10 books are.
Well, let's face it, you don't need them, though. You've got your own library there. You could select yourself every 2 weeks 10 books from your own shelves, and it would be better.
But I do want to get a subscription to the London Library, because they will mail books to me. I'm allowed, I think, 14 or 15 at a time. And they've got 19th century periodicals, which I'm never going to get most of this stuff.
And would they mail those to you?
Exactly. Yes, they will.
What if they get lost?
I don't know.
What if you get your toast and marmalade all over them?
Well, I don't eat marmalade.
All right, you get your peanut butter between the pages of the Gentleman's Magazine.
Then I should be flogged really heavily with books. But you see, like, I want, because I can't access stuff like that. See, this is the thing. If I had a library like the London Library that I could go to and take books out of, I wouldn't have 3/4 of the books that I have here now.
Yeah.
What did she say? Libraries have
gone downhill in the last couple of decades.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Amy's old enough to remember the last couple of decades.
Oh, so that's a keeper.
Well, I don't know how long you wanted to go on for, but I might actually have to wrap up soon. So, unless I can go and come back in like 25 minutes.
Well, yeah, you might as well, because I got lots of stuff to go through. I got to clean this stuff up before tomorrow, and I just thought, why not do it on a live? Maybe people would be interested in watching. If people want me, if people are tired of looking at books, then let me know.
No, I don't think they are. It's just I have to do something.
See, this is one I guess I'll have to get rid of, Letters to the Press, The Unknown Conan Doyle. Letters to the Press by Conan Doyle. So that's got to
Well,
go.
I mean, what I'll do, because I don't know, if I duck out, I might not be able to get back in, and it might cancel my screen. So I'll just turn off the camera and the mic, and I'll come back in like 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Is that if you're still going?
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah, it's everybody can say that, they're tired. Well, if they were tired of this, they wouldn't have 18 watching. So
Exactly. No, but I will be back. I'll be back as soon as I can be. See you in a sec.
okay. See, letters. I want to keep letters. Ted Hughes, a volume of his letters. These are all new stuff. Decca, the letters of Jessica Mitford. Oh, okay. I gotta now do the legwork here. Popping up the thingies. So yeah, so more letters there. Oh, actually, I'll leave the letters pile because I know where they're going. Sorry, you're gonna get the top of my head or things. Popular reading in English, circa 1400 to 1600. Oh, he did leave. He's gone.
No, I've not left. I just changed the screen set out because I thought it would be better while I'm gone.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll be back in a sec. Well,
Yeah.
soon.
So Manchester University Press, 2012. So that's a keeper. A Bibliography of Modern History, Cambridge University Press. Cool, but yeah, that's to go. That was again with all these bibliographies that I was given. Mad Mary Lamb, Lunacy and Murder in Literary London. Can't get rid of something like that. That's W.W. Norton and Company by Susan Tyler Hitchcock, 2005. Now I'm getting low down. I'll have to start another pile. Yeah, here's more of the Oxford History of English Literature. Yeah, see, there's 15 of them that are listed, and this is 1100 to 1400. See, this is where eventually I might wind up getting rid of these, but for the moment, I don't want to, and they'll be sort of the second cull, I guess, after they're on the shelf, if they can get on the shelf. A biography of William Heinemann, the publisher. That's not going. See, that stuff I like. Oh, he looks a bit scary, doesn't he? That's by Frederick White, author of the life of W.T. Stead. He was a huge newspaper magnate and publisher. He died on the Titanic, I think. This is Jonathan Cape, and published 1928. So yeah, that's a keeper. I like dime novels. The Dime Novel Detective, Ron Goulart, popular writer. It's Mysterious Press, 1988. And that's a definite keeper. Oh, there's another keeper. I'd like to get a better edition of or copy of this. Edmund Goss. I have a lot of Edmund Goss. Gossip in the Library. That's oh, there you go. Essay on cats. I don't remember that one. I got a bookmark there, so I might have just got to that point reading them. This is William Heinemann, 1891. I really like his stuff. I've got almost a shelf of books by Edmund Goss and or about Edmund Goss. Yeah, that's going there. Umberto Eco, 5 Moral Pieces. And that's Secker and Warburg, translated from the Italian by Alistair McEwen, 2001. Yeah, Mary Lamb, yeah, she stabbed her mother to death. And then her brother got her out of the madhouse, as it was called then, or the insane asylum, and took care of her. And they wrote children's books. Yeah, I wonder how many people, well, they must have known. It's essays there. It's not book essays, I don't think. By Ian Norrie, The Book of the City. I think this is book-related essays. Oh, nice end papers of the City of London. Edited by Ian Norrie, photographs by Edwin Smith, and drawings by Ronald Saxby. High Hill Books, 1961. No, it's just about London. So it's essays, but it's something that would be kind of cool to keep. Oh, there is something about booksellers, but not a lot, I don't think. So I don't know if I put that in my book essay stuff or not. Oh. Oh. Oh my God. So that's a new rip that somehow got ripped. A short catalog of books printed in England and English books printed abroad before 1641 in the library of Wadham College, Oxford. Yeah. And that's exactly what it is. Compiled by H.A. Wheeler, 1918, with a biographical introduction by J.C. Squire, Longman's, 1929. Yeah, I want to keep that for a while. Okay, another English poetry of the First World War, a bibliography, again by the same lady, Catherine W. Riley. Oh, it's not an annotated one this time. But again, I'll keep that aside. I think I'm putting it in the bag here. Yeah. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Interviews and Recollections. And yeah, I'll keep this stuff. Oh, I didn't think there was a title page. Edited by Harold Orrell, Macmillan, 1991. Interview, Memories and Adventures, extracts with Sherlock Holmes. Oh, there are different essays and stuff too. It's kind of cool. See, a lot of these I haven't looked at for so long. And I think I have all the volumes to this, but they got to go, I think. The Cambridge Bibliography of English Literature. Supplement, AD 600 to 1900. That's what it is. 1957. Yeah, that's going on the pile to go. Oh, these are kind of cool. I was trying to get all the editions of this. Oh, I got 2 editions. They're rough shape. Oh. A History of English Poetry, Volume 1, 2, and 3. They're rough. It was originally written, I think, in the early 1800s. I know it's the history of English poetry from the close of the 11th century to the commencement of the 18th century, to which are prefixed 3 dissertations. Number 1, of the origin of romantic fiction in Europe. 2, on the introduction of learning into England. And number 3, on the Gesta Romance by Thomas Wharton, B.D., Bachelor of Divinity. I think that's what it should mean. From the edition of 1824. And it's heavily footnoted in the reprint. But then I have a later edition of this one, that then they footnote the footnotes. And this edition is 1840, so it's a bit rough. It's got somebody's book plate in it. Oh yeah, the bibliography, I assume. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, not armed. This is an armchair reading as well. This is like, you think that academic writing is sort of something new today. Try to read this. It is pretty scary. Oh, and then it got expanded to 4 volumes. And this is where there's footnotes to the footnotes. Where's volume 1? Volume 3. Volume 1. These are really rough, but I hardly paid anything for them. 1871. And yeah. You see, footnotes to footnotes, that there's pages that actually have more footnotes on it than actual text. Hence, it's now 4 volumes. There's where the footnotes start there for that much text. Oh. Sherlock Holmes, The Man in His World. And Thames and Hudson. See, I do want to keep this kind of thing. Well, where do I put that? Do I put that about books? Because it's about Sherlock Holmes. So, but yeah, I think I would. I assume I will. Portrait of a Hunt, about fox hunting. Now, not something that I particularly enjoy as a thing, but this is a history of the Puckridge and Newmarket and Thorough combined hunts. Now, I have this because there's some great short stories that were written by Somerville and Ross, 2 cousins, but they used a male pseudonym, and it was set. It's the Irish RM, and it's set in Ireland. And there's like a the character is British, and he's what is the RM? He's a magistrate. Let's just put it that way. He's a magistrate, and it's stories of how he gets hoodwinked by, it's got stereotypical and caricature Irish people in, but they're really well done. They're really fun stories. And there was a TV series done on, but there's a lot of fox hunting. So I picked this up to sort of read about fox hunting, which I think I'd like to keep that for now anyway. Let's see here. Oh, Clive James. I have a shelf of Clive James essays. And yeah, I think I want to keep his essays. I do really enjoy reading Clive James. And a lot of them are literature related and things like that. So I think I might be going too long here because now I'm dwindling viewers. The Book of Forgotten Authors by Christopher Fowler. Yeah, it just goes through authors that are forgotten. River Run publisher, 2017. Let's see here. Oh, somebody bought this. I now have it. I lost it for so long. And I want to read this. Uproar. Satire, scandal, and printmakers in Georgian London. Yeah. Yeah, somebody bought this for me. Yeah. And it got buried and lost. And it's something I want to read. Well, no, that'll go out there. So I'll put it on that pile. Oh, sorry. I gotta reach down again here. Now, this is a bit of a conundrum. I've got about 4 or 5 books on children's books. They're books about books, but children's literature. 3 centuries of children's books in Europe. And I've never cracked this. I've never read it, but I don't quite want to get rid of it. It was owned by M.R. Hodgkin, or Hodgkin, I think it is. But her husband was a dean at Oxford, or Cambridge, and she wrote some books on children's literature, and this was part of her library. And these were only like £1 or £2 a piece. So I was buying anything that I saw at the bookshop. If it was £1 or £2 and it was books about books or essays, I bought it. That was when I had actually space. So I think I will keep that for now. A new handbook of literary terms. It's a dictionary, Yale University Press, by David Minkis, 2007. And it's just a dictionary of literary terms. I don't know. I don't think I'll be keeping this because it's not something that I can see myself sitting down and reading the definition of a word, of a literary term. So if I ever want to, I'll have the literary term that I want to define, and I'll just Google it because it's not something that I will probably read. Oh. periodicals of the 90s, a checklist of literary periodicals published in the British Isles at longer than fortnightly intervals, 1890 to 1899. Oxford Bibliographical Society, I don't know if it's an off print or whatever. Yeah, it's just a listing, but it's so small that it's not going to take up any space, and I'm interested in periodicals. This is a fabulous book on art, and I won't be getting rid of this. There was a billion of these. It's worthless, basically. If you can't find it for, like, at least here in the UK, for £2-3, then they're charging too much money. There must have been a billion of these made for the TV series. This is the BBC and John Murray, 1971, Eighth Impression, 1971, and it was first published in 1969. So yeah, that's not, ooh, it's kind of a weird modeling on it's. I don't know if that's actually foxing. It's just a weird modeling on top. Oh. Ghost stories. Probably it's stuff that's reprinted everywhere. Yeah, that'll go. There's nothing special about it. It'll be duplicate stories. The collected poems of Dylan Thomas. I have a ton of poetry, and I think I would like to keep stuff like this. I do definitely like Dylan Thomas. This is a Hatchet Company, Weidenfeld and Nicholson. Edited and annotated by John Goodby. 2014. No question of whether I'm keeping this or not. It's John Clare, Carcanet Press. And this was a book that he had finished, collection of poetry, but never got published in his lifetime. I've actually got, don't know why I would need the paperback, but I've got 2 hardcovers of this as well that was put out. And also, one of the copies of the hardcovers was owned by George MacDonald Fraser, who wrote and created Flashman. And it actually belonged to him. And that can be verified by the estate sale that was listed. And it's also signed by the people who put it together and everything. So that one is a keeper. Or at least the hardcovers of it is. Oh. This is an interesting set of reprints. Well, it's called English reprints. I'm not sure how many volumes. It's at least 6. I think it's 8 volumes, actually, by AMS. They did some fabulous reprints. And it's just literally reprints of old books and poetry from like early 1500s and on. Lots of poetry, all sorts of stuff, pamphlets, all sorts of things. And I have all, I think it's 8 volumes. Yeah, that's volume 8. It might actually, they might have done more, but this set was only 8 volumes. So that's a definite keep. Oh, I can start seeing my electric fire. Here's another reprint. Amy, if you're still watching, I think you'd be interested in this. It looks kind of nice. They made it to look old. I don't have all the volumes here. I think there's 4, so I'm missing volume 2, but I do have it. It's The Tattler, and it was published like the AMS. It's George Olms was a European reprint company. Heidelsheim, edited by George A. Aiken, 1898 to 1899. It was edited, and it's all the Tattler news papers from the early 1700s, 1710 or so. That was done by because there was Addison and the other one that did the Spectator, and I'm not sure. It's just one of them. I think that might have done, or maybe it's just Richard Steele that did the Tattler himself. But it's not an old set, but it's a nice set. It's a nice set. It's the one I have separate. The other is a 5-volume, partial leather bound, but it's double column, the very, very small print. It has the Tattler, has the Spectator, has the Rambler. It has all that stuff from the 1700s. It was originally a 40-volume set, but I couldn't afford a nice condition. Oh, you're still there? Yeah. I don't know if this is something that you would want, Amy, for the Tattler. I don't know if I've ever showed you this. It might be a cheap way and a really good way to get the Tattler. If you're interested, I'll give you more information on it, because it does look nice. It looks nice on the shelf, but it might be cheaper than buying a complete one. Yeah, full leather would be nice. Or no, the full Tattler. Okay, sorry, I thought it said full leather. But yeah, this is the full Tattler, and I think in 4 volumes, so it is full. But it's not. It's a newer reprint. That's the thing. Another one of Frank Swinnerton, The Bookman's London. So I don't know. It looks like Mark's returning, or his return is penultimate return or whatever. Yeah, this is another Doubleday and Company, 1952, and he wrote an article. He wrote articles. It's a nice one with the jacket. That would have been the rotunda of where the British Library was in the British Museum, in the rotunda. I hear clicking.
Okay, I'm back. I'm just trying to work out how to get my camera back on.
Speaking of 19th century periodicals, I have almost all of the 1890s Chambers Journal, which is fabulous. It was a weekly, I think it was 65 pages. There you are. 65 pages every week on a Saturday. It would drop into your mailbox, and there'd be serialized novels, sensational novels, little journalistic pieces, poetry, little things about ghosts at times, all sorts of little bits and pieces.
Cool.
And I don't want to get rid of these.
Bill's here. Hey, everybody. Good to have a couple of book guys keeping me company for You have another parent-teacher conference? Oh, my goodness.
Gee.
Oh, my goodness. How many students in your school, Bill? Crazy.
The new Penguin Book of English Verse.
You don't need that.
I don't need it, but I want it.
Who's the editor?
Paul Keegan.
Uh-huh.
Alan Lane. Oh wow, it's a first edition.
Is it? My God, you could sell it for like £700.
Yeah. 2000.
£2,000. Jesus.
Wow, it was published in 2000.
Oh, right, okay. Mark, he hasn't put any in the cotton pile.
I have. Yeah, I have put some.
How
Not
many?
that many. But you see, this has already been this is a pre-selection that I've done here already.
So you're going to then go through the gone pile and find the reasons to pull them out again?
No. This is the stuff that I said I was going to keep. And then I knew that when I went to do them again to put them on the shelf, I'd call some more.
But I have a question for you before you continue.
Yeah.
If you could read ebooks,
Yeah.
and if you enjoyed reading them, right?
Yeah.
Do you think you would actually get rid of a huge amount of what you got?
Fiction,
like the one you've got there, that Invention of Murder.
No. I would probably have it on an ebook, but fiction, definitely. Most fiction I would get rid of. I wouldn't have fiction. So that means I could clear up, shelf bookcases upstairs of fiction, paperback fiction. And I could easily get rid of the fiction. But nonfiction, not so much.
I kind of get that. I haven't got any novels really, like anything other than classics. Most of what I got are nonfiction.
Yeah.
So, I do get that a bit. He's changing the subject when you asked him how many.
How many what?
Books in the gone pile. It's time for an intervention, Shawn.
There's about a dozen.
Hey, Aaron. Good to see you.
So, there's about a dozen.
At least one has gone into his purge pile, says Amy. I guess the thing is, you're probably not specifying when you put them down. It's 100% that you're not.
Oh, I know. I am saying that. Here's two that I probably will. Elizabeth Singer Rowe and the development of the English novel. This is iffy though. Because it's not. I don't care about her so much, but it's the development of the English novel. That's what I find interesting. So,
but now, couldn't you, in theory, go through it and have a little notebook and just note down whether or not it's useful?
Yeah.
But Aaron's saying he's happy to help you with the fiction. But it's funny because Aaron's watching you on my channel by the looks of it. So there you go.
So
Aaron, we've got a dual stream, Aaron. It's on mine and Shawn's. So
see, for the moment, I think just looking at this again, because I did start reading this, I remember, and I thought, this is something I wanted to keep. But I'm not 100% sure. But you see this is already the second, sorting. The stuff will go on the shelf, and then once I need more space and I organize it on the shelf, once I got the bookcases up, there'll be stuff coming off again. So, and because I'll see how much space I got. See, that one's stay for the moment. This one, probably not. But it's so cool again. But it's like, you'll see what I mean.
No, I understand you. I do understand you. I do. It's hard. British culture. Yeah.
It's British.
Summer believes you.
British literature and print culture, edited by Sandro Young, and their essays and studies. But this could be a fairly pricey book. It studies a book like printing for the author in the long 18th century. Robert Burns interleaved Scott's musical music. Who cares? Packaging, design, and color from fine printed to small format editions of Thompson's The Seasons. Ooh.
Okay, I got a question for you.
That essay, and then it's going into the pile.
I got a question for you, and it's not just picking on you, but I think it's a fair enough question. So, you estimate around 6,000 books?
That's overestimating, but if you count everything,
4,500 to 5,000 books.
Yeah.
What percentage have you read, would you reckon? In all honesty.
Probably 20 to 25%, because there's stuff, because when I started buying books here in the UK again, I made sure that there was books either that I really wanted to again, or books that I haven't read.
But the way I say that is because you talk about reading them later, but you're the biggest rereader on BookTube.
I know.
Oh, he comes up when I sneeze. He's worried I'm going to die, I think. Aren't you? So, say hello to everybody. Say hello to Uncle Shawn, the book man. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? He comes up when I sneeze. He gets worried, I think, that the impact of it. So, right, sorry.
Yeah, there's one definitely is not to be gotten rid of. Print manuscript in the Search for Order, 1450 to 1830.
It's a shame you can't do like one of these send half your books out on loan to some institution, and then when you want them,
come back trashed.
Well, maybe it's true.
See, this is the thing. Like, I've put stuff here that I know that I don't want to get rid of. It's like Practice to Deceive: The Amazing Stories of Literary Forgers' Most Notorious Practitioners. I can't get rid of something like that because I'm interested in the books about books.
So okay, Aaron. Summer just got an email. She has 2 books waiting for her at the post office. One of them is Revolutionary Spring.
Oh, so you get... Oh, she's ordered that.
I don't know what that is.
It's basically it's a 900-page history, sort of 1848 to 1849. It's 1 year history of the Revolution.
Zola, is it?
Yeah, it's tied into the Zola. I want to get that. Ariane mentioned it, and I want to get it, but that's going to be a long time before I get it.
Christopher Clark, is it Summer, or what is it?
I think it might be.
Yeah, Fighting for a New World, 1848 to 1849. Yeah.
Yeah.
Only published in 2023, not long ago.
Yeah.
Oh, might get that myself, actually. That's good.
Oh.
Mega Knihi. This isn't doing good for us, though, because you need to get rid of books. And I keep seeing stuff that you got there. I'm thinking, I really like that.
Well, here's another one that's not going. From the Penny Dreadful to the Halfpenny Dreadfuller, a bibliographical history of the boys' periodical in Britain, 1762 to 1950. That's not going anywhere. Out of my dead hands.
Where do you get them from?
What?
Where did you get it from?
This one?
Yeah. Like, how do you come to hear about these? Because they're quite obscure. Are they ones you read in other people's bibliographies, or?
Sometimes, yeah. Or I do a search to see what books there are on that subject. Is there anything on the subject? And that popped up, I think, and then it popped up really cheap. So,
well, either way, it's nice to see your book collection, Shawn, even if it's not really an unhaul.
Well,
they're all ganging up on you, Shawn.
I have to get rid of 1,000 books. It's as simple as that. I have to get rid of 1,000 books. There's no if, buts, or maybes.
Maybe you just need to have someone go in there and just select 1,000 books and throw them away.
But you see, the thing is, once I get to other stuff, like I know upstairs, and there's other places like history, there's certain places that is just going to be stripped. It's going to be stripped. Like, it's going to be like 2 bookcases down to 1 shelf. That's how it's going to be in some areas, and some areas are not going to be, and those are going to expand. Those areas are going to expand.
Well, what about, like, for example, you have this huge P.G. Wodehouse collection.
Yeah.
You don't need it, right? You could easily just every time you fancied reading a Woodhouse, you could just pick up get an omnibus from the library or just buy a cheap
I
secondhand
can't get
omnibus.
it from the library. It would like I
Okay,
can't get
you could
stuff.
buy a cheap secondhand omnibus if you fancy reading it. It's not going to go out of print.
Yeah,
How many PG Woodhouses have you got?
I got them all.
Everything he ever wrote.
Well, all the novels, yeah, that were published in nice little Everyman hardcover editions.
Yeah, yeah.
See, those aren't going
Which would
anywhere.
look so much nicer on that wall over there. You know,
No.
vultures, all of us.
Falks on Fiction.
Sebastian Faulks. Okay.
Interesting essays, great British characters, and the secret life of the novel.
I
Very
think
cool.
I think Farah's got a good point there. If you did a 1,000-book unhaul video, it would probably go viral. I could see it now. 1,000-book unhaul.
Well, basically, once I get everything separated, I probably will sit there and go through something like that of all the stuff I'm getting rid of that I'm going to put up on eBay. Like once I get it all separated, that I probably will do that.
Yeah, because you can search. Like, if you have an eBay page, you can just have one link to your page, and then people can go through everything you got for sale.
Yeah, but I got to get a better camera because every time I take a picture of a camera and I've put it up on there, it's like so blurred you can't see anything. Like you can't see the lettering. Like it looks okay, the picture on my tablet, but once it gets up to eBay, it's crap.
Well, I'm sure someone could come around and take photos for you.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Yeah, you see, this is cool. This is cool. Keep or go?
I didn't think you liked Sebastian Faulks very much.
I have nothing against him or for him. But he's written a couple Woodhouse ones, which I have those. But you see, that's going on the jettison pile, even though as interesting it is. It's because I don't like him that much, that I would keep this. So this will go to keep something like this. There's
I like Sebastian Faulks.
Well, you can have it if you want. If you want to come and get it.
Yes, but the point is you need to make money, so I have to buy it, Shawn. Come on.
And
this, I'm giving it away.
I'm not getting rid of it at the moment. I'd love to get it in hardcover, Rabelais in his world.
I sympathize with that one.
Yeah.
Circling like a vulture. I don't think I'm the only one, Amy. I bet there's part of you looking at some of his books, and you're like, Although it seems you got the better one so far.
As I said earlier, with these Oxford histories, I'm keeping these at the moment, but see, some of this stuff would probably go if I need space, and I'm sure that will go. This one, maybe not. English literature in the early 18th century, because that's the period I really like. And it's by the author that I like, Bonamy the Dobry, who is, who he is. So those are
he's a good man, right?
What?
He's a good man.
Yeah. Well, he's always referred to anyway.
What?
Referred to as, authority. Like even the science fiction history of science fiction that I'm reading at the moment.
What's his first name again?
Bonamy. Bonamy.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying it as like good man in French. That's why I said it bonhomme. Yeah.
And here's somebody that I really like as a writer. Hence, I bought this. George Saintsbury, Short History of English Literature. But I'm not keeping this one because it's, for many reasons. It's a general one. It's rough shape. The paper is quite browned. I won't even be able to probably put this up on eBay, but it'll go in the pile. Amy knows Saintsbury because he edited the set of Balzac she has. But yeah, there's another one that's going on the jettison pile. Oh,
Yeah.
Paper Pellets, British Literary Culture After Waterloo. Really cool.
Right.
But I'm not keeping it.
No.
It's Oxford University Press, written by Richard Cronin, 2010. So hopefully a few pounds I can get for this, on there. And my 35-liter plastic tub is getting full.
That's where you're putting the discards, yeah?
Yeah, because then I can stack them.
Yeah.
Until I can get around to dealing with them. English drama, 1485 to 1585. Again, this is one of these, but again, I'm holding on to these until I know that I need other space, and then I'll choose between the Oxfords, and I probably keep the Cambridge ones.
I've only just now worked out where Shawn is sitting.
Oh,
yeah, he's in the lavatory.
that's book reviews in the head.
Books on the Bog.
Yeah, but or AKA Books on the Bog.
Yeah.
But what are reviews? They're in your head, but you're also in the head.
In the head, no.
See, this, I couldn't believe this. 2 volumes, Cambridge History of Chinese Literature. And
is it only 2 volumes?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And it was sealed in plastic, and I paid £4.50 off of an Amazon seller plus $2.80 shipping. I bought this when I was working, and I just couldn't believe it. And it's like, see, this is the thing. I don't need anything else on Chinese literature. If I want to look up anything, I'll use this. And that's why I like the Cambridge ones. But they're bloody heavy. And my pile of keeping, the ones that are going on the other side is getting big.
Yeah.
The Cambridge Companion to the Victorian Novel. I like these Cambridge Companions, but the only one that I'm really going to keep is the science. There's 2 science fiction ones. I only have one of them. So this is going. See, it's never been opened.
There you go.
You hear that? Did you hear it scream?
I heard it scream.
Oh, this I got to keep just for the hell of it. Short story writing for profit. Michael Joseph with a foreword by Stacey Almoner. London, Hutchinson, 1923. That's just cool. Like, it might get jettisoned another time, but I have to at least get a booktube video out of this.
Yeah.
At the very least, I get a booktube video out of this. Oh. See, I started collecting the Cambridge histories, and I've got the Cambridge American one too, because that's a whole series. And this one, I think it's volume 1, so I've got a couple of them. I would probably keep them. I'm hoping. So I got a list. Yeah, here we go. So, oh bloody hell! They mix everything up, so they're all pretty well worthwhile, except 6, 7, and 8. Volume 1, 1580 to 1820. Volume 2, Prose Writing, 1820 to 1865. Volume 3,
Yeah.
Prose Writing, 1816 to 1920.
Uh-huh.
19th Century Poetry, 1800 to 1910. Poetry and Criticism, 1900 to 1950. Okay, so the first 4 volumes are ones that I would want to have on the shelf.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the other ones I have. I'm not sure. Can't remember what they were. Oh. Clive James. I've committed to keep all my Clive James, which is a whole shelf. It's a whole shelf.
The whole Clive James shelf.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well.
I have almost everything he wrote, like all his essay stuff.
Uh-huh.
Because I love reading him. And I've read out of every book that I have. There's several of them that I've read from cover to cover. And this is really cool. He did a really good. I read them in the newspaper online. Robert McCrum, the 100 best nonfiction books of all time, and then he did a 100 fiction books. And all it is just a little. It's the articles, of why he chose that book, and they're really good. I've already read them because I read them all on the newspaper. But I bought the books. Oh, here's another one, Amy, by Prance. I knew I had another one. The Peppercorn Paper Guy.
Yeah.
The Laughing Philosopher.
You're being picked on a bit today, aren't you? This live stream could be summed up as Shawn, I need to get rid of books. Also, Shawn, I should keep this because insert excuse here. We love you, Shawn, though, don't worry. We tease you because we love you.
A further miscellany on books, booksellers, and book collecting.
Yeah.
See, all that stuff, like anything to do, this kind of thing, is not going, and that's an area that I hope to expand actually into other things. So that means I need to make space for it. And until I get everything on the other side, I won't know how much I need to make space.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Get collected essays of Augustin Birrell, 2 volumes. Nice.
Best of it is I'd expect to be exactly the same. Yeah, I think so. I think I would be as well, to be fair. I think I would be as well.
See, this again is I'll probably put that on the books about books. But again, that would eventually maybe get migrated over to essays if there's a place to put them in essays.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amy doesn't have that one, so she's making a list. Oh. Lipsticks and library books. The story of Boots, book lovers library. When Boots, the chemist, had a lending library.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
And what I've wanted to do is, because there's been these lending libraries over time, I've wanted to get a book. It didn't matter what book it is, but I want one that was lended. It'd be cool to have a collection of all these lending libraries and have an ex-library copy of a book from each of the libraries. I think that would be cool.
Yeah, no, definitely.
But again, I'm not getting rid of this because it's the only thing. I don't think there's any other book that's been written about the Boots lending library. Speaking of books, the best things ever said about books and book collecting, edited by Rob Kaplan and Harold Rabinowitz, editors of Passion for Books. It's just a miscellany of
Miscellany.
Yeah. And I probably paid £1 for it. And there's some water damage on it. Ooh.
Mm.
So that actually is going to be sold, even though I want to keep it. That's going. This is really good, but it's an ugly piece of crap. Print on demand. It's really cool. And I'm keeping it only to eventually. So if I get that on the shelf and I see that every day and I walk by it every day, I'll be prompted at some point to try to find a nicer copy of this. Just horrible, plasticized, cased. It's sort of letters about this guy. I don't know how true it is. I don't know nothing about it, but it's a love affair, the love affairs of a bibliomaniac by Field. And it's sort of letters that he writes about books. And they're fabulous. But it says volume 8, and I don't know what the hell this thing is. But again, I think it was £1 on the booksellers in Bedford, so I had to buy it.
Had to.
Yeah, I had to.
Definitely. It'd be rude not to.
Oh, I have 2 of the same book here somehow. James Milne, The Memoirs of a Bookman.
Well, you don't need 2, do you?
No, but I have to figure out which one's the better condition.
I wonder how many duplicates you've got.
I have some. See, there's some damp staining on that, so that's definite. Yeah, that's definite one to go. Oh, wait a minute. But it's signed by James Milne.
Typical.
The one that's damaged. That's probably why I have 2. I don't remember. That's probably why I have 2.
That's so annoying.
Yeah. That's why I have 2. So they're staying for the moment.
Yeah.
Didn't I already show this? So I have 2 of these in the name of the Bodleian?
Yeah.
So I have 2 of these.
Oh, there you go. It's an ugly piece of crap, Shawn, apparently. So
What is?
maybe in the name of the Bodleian.
No one is.
Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah,
it is ugly. But
2 of the
it's
same
really
books.
good.
Will you be able to let one go?
Well, one's signed, and the signed one is in rough condition.
Can't you cut out the signature one and just thread it through the other one?
No. So that's the thing. But then it's because it's damaged, it's water damaged. I want a better condition one.
Can't you just put the signed paper under the book and just trace it on and then just?
That's been done before, and that's a no.
Well, Amy says keep the signed one, and Farah just says just keep both of them, Shawn.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing that we're going over 2 hours. We've got 23 people watching this battle, this internal battle that's going on inside you, Shawn. We're all witnessing this massive drama.
They're here to see you as well because there's more people than when you were gone.
Well,
oh, this is really cool. It's an early modern English woman, a facsimile library of essential works, printed writings, 1500 to 1640, but it's part 2.
it's just what I always wanted.
But it's like a facsimile of writing.
I mean, look at that, Shawn. Why does the book have to be that big when, like, the facsimiles are like this big? You could cut the whole book down. Just cut it up, Shawn. Just cut it up.
I know. And this is Eleanor Davies. But it's like
only if he sells it and misrepresents it, Amy.
Yeah.
Alex.
Yeah.
Alex. So you haven't got volume 1?
No. Well, see, this is the thing. This is the thing. It's a variety of different things. So this is part 2, volume 3. I don't know. Oh yeah, well, this will be complete of the writings that of hers that are in here, but there's going to be other volumes with more writings of hers.
Right.
So they're part and parcel. But look at that. It's like I don't know. See, there's that, and then I don't know if that's they've did they make a facsimile of the bleed over from the original, or did
Yeah.
it has to be? It has to be a facsimile of the ink bleed.
Definitely.
See, and again here, English children's. What did I do with the other children's book? Yeah, because that's another one. English children's books. I have. See, I have to get them all together, and then see what I have, and see is it worth keep because they are worth keeping, but I'm not that interested in the history of children's books. So what I'll probably wind up doing is getting them all together, and then selling them as a lot. Of children, a history of children's books. And there's the connection that some of them are owned by this woman who wrote some books about children's literature and was the wife of the guy Hodgkins, I think it is, that wrote a very great Anglo-Saxon history.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, that's what I'll do. So I'm not going to put this in the to go pile because I want to have this stuff all together. So I'll be keeping that, but I think that's what I'll wind up doing is selling them as a lot. I can't see not doing that. Oh crap. I got some piles here that are gonna topple me.
You should go to the doctor for that.
That was a big pile. That was the top of the pile.
Cambridge biography. We don't need that one, do you?
This is the new edition that was done, and they were going to continue to do with the others, like for 5 volumes, 600 to 50. This is volume 4. They did volume 4 first, but volume 1 was going to be 600 to 1500, 1500 to 1700, 1700 to 1800, 1800 to 1900, and then 1900 to 2000 in the English language, in English literature.
Yeah. It's a lot.
Yeah.
And what was the end date? Sorry?
It was 100 years, 1800 to 1900.
Right. So all the books published in that 100 years.
Yeah. And there's going to be 5 volumes, but they never got to do the rest. They never redid the rest. I've got the old versions, which are going into the sale pile. And they probably won't sell. I think I'm missing 1 volume or something like that of it. But they were redoing this. But again, this was all given to me. So it's something I would love to keep because wouldn't it be so cool to have a complete set if there was the new ones?
Yeah.
But they're not doing it. And, do I
Sorry, the whole set is that 100 years or each volume is 100 years?
Each volume, well, the first volume is 600 to 1500.
Right.
Volume 2 is 1500 to 1700.
Right.
And then 17 to 18, 18 to 19, 19 to 2000.
Mm-hmm.
So that as it gets up to volume 4, volume 5 is probably going to be multi-volumed.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah.
But they're not doing it. But it would be cool to have something like this because I could look through and see the good thing. See, the good thing is of these, if you got the good index, maybe this one doesn't have it. No. This is, you can look up subjects. You can look up subjects with this in the bibliography.
Yeah.
So if you're interested in a subject, then you can find that. So for sale or to keep or for sale, let people vote. I already know what I'm going to do with this, but let's see if everybody.
Okay, so write in the comments below if you want. Just write keep or sell. in the comments.
So I'll put this aside for the
And should
moment.
you want to buy it, even let us know. So,
Oh.
oh, Farah's gone for sale.
Sylvia Plath journals.
It's now Google for sell. Exactly. Oh, it looks like Eric Freeman's for sale. Coffee Nuts for sale. Summer can't decide. It's too much pressure.
Let me finish these two first, and then
All right.
get to it. Yeah. The journals of Sylvia Plath. I think there's 2 volumes, and I have her letters as well. See, this stuff I want to keep. This is because this is going with my letters, diaries, journals, and biography in the kitchen. Eventually.
Biography of the Kitchen. What's that? Who wrote that?
No, a biography in the kitchen.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
And then another, I don't know how many biographies I have of George Orwell, but I don't think I'm getting rid of these because each one takes a different tact. And I like it. I like them so much, even though this is short.
Yeah.
I've not read this one yet. So that's the keeper.
Amy abstains.
Abstains. To keep or to sell?
Looks like the consensus is sell.
Yeah, and that's mine too. As much as I'd want to keep this, and I'd really love to keep it, but I know for a fact that I don't have the space for this kind of thing. Even though as much as if I had all 5 volumes, if I had it complete and it was done, I don't think I could bring myself to sell it.
Yeah, but would you have sold the older version?
Oh yeah, I am selling the older version. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I'm selling the new version as well.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Should we pick this up again tomorrow, or
I have to have this done tonight because
how many more have you got to do?
I got another couple stacks, so I have quite a bit to do.
Okay.
And nobody's going to watch this later, so it's gone way past the time for people to sit and watch through this later. So I might as well just continue. If there's people here, there's 18 still.
Yeah, I suppose.
Here's a biography of Dracula, Bram Stoker, in other words.
Yeah.
The book club edition, but I really like the jacket. It's a bit rough, but
well, I will have to take Elvis. So I'm going to have to disappear and come back again.
Yeah.
Then I didn't realize it would be so long. So, all right, I'll be back. I don't know how to do this again. Hang on. All right.
I'm not sure, Mick. 900. I'm not sure what you mean there. And Alex says, grab a coffee, Mark. Rudyard Kipling biography. As I say, I'm probably keeping at this point all the biographies. Life of Kingsley Amis. That's a big one. Biography. So that's a keeper. I think that's where I'm going to be getting now, is digging into biographies. Oh, crap. I now have to get another bag full of stuff here. See, these are 21st century book problems. To keep or to go. Sorry, let me move this aside because I need to lean down. Why is that crooked? That's why. That's why it's crooked. Oh, jeez. I'm behind on my Zola. Should be reading, but yeah, I got to do this. Like, yeah, obviously, if I didn't do this here, I'd probably be able to do it quicker by myself. But it's more fun this way. Mark asked how many more. Just joke. Oh, 900. Okay. Apparently, complete letters of Oscar Wilde. It's a big one, and it's a tall book as well. Some sun damage on the spine. It is 1,250 pages of letters by Oscar Wilde. Here is, I've got, I think about 15 or 18, 15 maybe, of the collected letters of Thomas and Jane Welsh Carlyle. It was I think they're almost complete at, I think, what is it, 30 some volumes of letters. It's like a whole bookcase of letters. And I've got I think about 15 the first 15 volumes. And this was published Duke University Press, 1977. They wrote a lot of letters. Yeah, more. A biography, sort of. Well, it's another George Orwell biography, but more about his wife, his second wife, Elaine. The Making of George Orwell, by Sylvia Top. It's Unbound. Oh, I didn't realize that. It was done for Unbound, 2020. And Thomas Carlyle biography. Yeah, they're interesting letters. I haven't read them all. I did have it in my old place. I had it where I could reach it on a shelf for several years, so I would every so often pick it up and read some letters. But yeah, Thomas Carlyle, who I really like. I like his essays. I like his writing. John Keats. I have a lot of biographies of John Keats. Well, not when I say a lot, I probably have 3. I think I have more. I think the most I have is of George Orwell. But Keats I kind of like because, well, I do like, but there's a science fiction connection with Hyperion by Dan Simmons, where John Keats is throughout. Poems of the Crimean War. Yes, but it's not. I was very disappointed with this. I thought this was going to be poems that were written at the time about the Crimean War, but they're not. They are new poems. So I think I'll have to check that to be 100% sure, but I think it is. But that's going on to the for sale pile. This I was given. Alex will probably remember this, where and when I was given this. And it's a romanticism poetry. It's a great collection. by Blackwell's, the booksellers and publishers. I just wish it was hardcover, but it's easy to read. It won't split, so it's a really good anthology of romantic poetry. Another Cambridge history, and I would love to complete to the probably World War II. I would love to complete it. Blimey. Oh, sorry. I thought because I'm looking at 33, but no, this is like 33 chapters. This is Victorian poetry, Victorian literature, and yeah, I would love to get those. English literature, 1600 to 1780. Yeah, 1660 to 1780. It's the same. It's another Cambridge University Press one. These are bloody expensive, but I was lucky that when I was working, I would have wish lists in Amazon, and I was working nights a lot of times, and there'd be a lot of dead time. So I searched for stuff, and I would go through every night my wish list, because they would actually, at that time, I would put this in the wish list, like the new copy, but it would also say used copies from a certain price. And I'd always, and then when somebody put something new up, it would show me that there's something new and a lower price, especially if they still wanted £50, and then all of a sudden it said £10. I would go in and look at it, and if it was a new copy like this, I'd grab it. And here is, I'm missing, I think, a volume of this. It's a history of the Cambridge University Library, a history from the beginnings to the Copyright Act of Queen Anne by John McKittrick, or David McKittrick. And the Cambridge University Library, 18th and 19th centuries. So I don't have I think there's a third volume, which I don't have, but the history of libraries are definite ones that I will keep. Yeah, I got the Jonathan Bate. I have that. I actually have it signed. I got it signed in Oxford by him. And yeah, so I'm not sure where it is. It could be in this pile, or it could be out. There is some on the shelves in the kitchen that are biography that are going to stay there. But I definitely, I do have that one. Oh. Heavy. I think this is complete. 4 volumes. Volume 1. It's the Library and Reading of Jonathan Swift, a bio-bibliographical handbook. There is 4 volumes. And it recreates his library, Jonathan Swift's library. Part 1, Swift's library in 4 volumes. So it's an annotated thing of all the books he had in his library, plus contextual, biographical stuff. But This was, I think, almost £1,000 when it came out new. I bought it as a remainder for less than £30, I think. So I couldn't pass it up. And it's something that I want to dig into and look at. And if it becomes very expensive and I need money sometime, I may very well sell it, but it's not on the cards for selling anytime soon. A World War I poet, Edward Thomas, who died in World War I, by Matthew Hollis. This is a British edition, and it's Browning. It's Faber and Faber. Published 2011. Oh. Memoir of John Mortimer. It's the second memoir, I think, that he did. Yeah, it just, £2. I can't. I love John Mortimer, and I don't have all of his memoirs, I don't think. Not yet. The Quest for Sherlock Holmes, a biographical study of Arthur Conan Doyle by Owen Dudley Edwards. And I sort of do collect stuff about Doyle and Sherlock Holmes. Oh yeah, the Jonathan Bate one. That was fabulous because it is a fabulous biography of John Clare. It's probably it's clearly the best one that's been written to date. I don't know if anybody's done anything since then, but he's a really good writer. I've got another. What's this? Did he write? No, I do have another one of his that I bought used, and it's signed. And he did a Wordsworth. His most recent one, I think, is a Wordsworth one that I bought. I haven't read that one yet, but I want to get to it. Mentioning Dylan Thomas, I've got 2 volumes, paperback volumes of his letters. And this would be something I would definitely, if I had a chance, to upgrade to hardcover, if I had a chance and they were cheap enough. Selected letters of Edith Sitwell. Very strange family. The Sitwells were very interesting. I have a big interest in them. This is edited by Richard Green. It's only her selected letters. Published 1997 by Virago Books, and a division of Little Brown and Company. Again, letters. That's going in the kitchen. Oh. Annals of the Bodleian Library. And interesting, there's a couple of signatures in it. One in pencil from 85, one from 1979. Andreas M. Elkerton from Mary Smith, Christmas 1979. Doesn't have the dust jacket. I'd love to have it with the dust jacket, but I'm not too wiped out about it. I'm sure this recently had a dust jacket on because, as you can see, there's very little fading on the spine. And red, if that was sitting on the shelf since 15, 16, 17, 18. It's definitely not 1890 there, this edition. But if it's been sitting there that long on the shelf, it'd be much more faded. A lot more faded. Oh, wait a minute. Love they have it signed. Yeah. No, I don't have it tonight. That's what I want to do. I don't. I, I suppose a spreadsheet might be the best way. I haven't used spreadsheets. I've always learned to use the for whatever I wanted, then promptly forgot how to do it. But spreadsheet might be. Yeah, yeah. I do want to have a list of stuff, but again, I need the stuff on the shelf, and I want to do it that way. Yeah, I need. Yeah, and that's the thing. And I may not wind up. See, I'll start with areas that I know for sure that are important ones, and not to get morbid, but for a will. So everything's knowing that's there and who I'm going to leave it to, and keep it updated. That way, if I get rid of something and they take it off, and do it for certain areas of my collection. And then if I get that done, then I'll move on to other areas. But I definitely want to do that. Yeah. Yeah, it's not well, it's good to know. I'm not too concerned about my record so much. This is cool. Um, this guy's written a lot of stuff. And I got a few books that are history of novels. I'm not sure. Is this the one, Amy, that we started to read a few years ago? I can't remember if this was it or not, because there's several books that are the history of the novel. I think this might have been it. And then we sort of stalled out because is this the one that has 52 chapters? Well, 45. So it may not be the one. No, it was. Yeah, because it's Mandeville's Travels in the first chapter. Yeah, it's really good. I just never got back to reading it. Oh, vinyl, yeah. Okay, well, thanks, Amy, for stopping. I'll probably maybe still here. It's like I'm unlimited live, so until I get this cleared out here, and then I'll have to turn it off because I have to move stuff out to the other side and get it shelved. Here's another. It's the brother of Edith Sitwell, Osbert Sitwell, who did a 5-volume, I think 5 or 6 volumes. Sort of memoir, and just beautiful dust jackets, and a bit darkened on the spine, but I might be missing one of them. There's a card slipped in here. This can hardly hope. I can't read what that says at the moment, but I'm going to leave it in there and try to decipher that. Yeah, it's an autobiography. This is the third volume in his autobiography, which, like I say, I think I might have all of them, or I might be missing one. Here's another poetry bibliography, a descriptive bibliography. Again, this is really cool because it's got the author, and then it's got bits of their poetry that you can sample. it's minor English poetry, 1641 to 1660. So again, I'm keeping these for now because they're going to be, well, I've been big in poetry, but I haven't done much in many years. But it's kind of hard not to keep the poetry stuff because I know that I'll probably get back into it a little bit. But again, it'll depend on how much space I have eventually. Oh, I need some space down here to start another bit of a pile. Oh, massive Marcel Proust biography for anybody who's doing the year of Proust. Life by William C. Carter, Yale University Press, 2000. $940 pages with the index.
Back.
All right.
Did you miss me?
No.
Okay.
I can find a book on spreadsheet. Borrow one from the library. Yeah, the library.
Surprised you don't have a book on it, Shawn.
I used to like when I first came. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't here. Or maybe it was here. Or I definitely because I had like the books for D-Base, Access, and stuff like that, and I got really proficient in Access. I loved No, it was Canada. I got really proficient in the database for Access, and I created some elaborate databases. And I used to have books on that, but you don't need them anymore.
Yeah.
Well, actually, yeah. I asked when I was there. I had probably 500 or 600 books already pulled aside. He wasn't interested. That's the problem. It was like if I brought them in, then he'd look at them. But that means I had to hire somebody to do this for me, hire a vehicle to get them there, and then may or may not be sold. So why should I do that and then have to move them again? Or even I knew these 500 that I wanted to get rid of. I called up charity shop and said, "Yeah, bring them down." No. Can you come to collect? No, we don't collect. Called other charity shops. They didn't collect. Nobody collected.
You'd think it wouldn't be that hard for them to do that, would you really?
See, what I'm hoping here is that there's like a church, like after I get to a point, after I put them on eBay for 6 months or whatever, it doesn't sell, I drop the price. If it still doesn't sell, then I'll put them in like book lots. And if that still doesn't sell like at a year or 2 years later, by the time I first put it on, then what's left, I'm just going to try to call up like a church or somewhere here. Do you have sales? Yeah, I got a bunch of books for you. You just need to come to collect them. And hopefully they'll do that.
Yeah.
And if they don't, what happens is I take my carpet cutter, like a razor, cut off the hard covers, and throw the text blocks into the recycling.
Yeah.
Nothing else I could do.
No, I
Nobody
suppose not.
wants to come to collect them, Like I wouldn't even try on here. Anybody who wants this stuff, just pay postage and I'll ship it to you. At the end. And if there's still going to be stuff probably that nobody will want, or that I can't find a customer for, or a person who wants them. So
Yeah.
they got to get rid of them somehow.
That's true.
Debs is reading something on Gertrude Bell. Here's the letter of Gertrude Bell. Badly sun damaged though, and it's affected the cloth.
Yeah, it's very good, the book she's reading on Gertrude Bell. I've read that.
And this is selected and edited by Lady Bell, her mother. That's the problem with these. I don't know if there's been any other real collections of her stuff put out of letters. And even if they did, they may not exist anymore because her mother might have burnt the ones that she didn't like.
Yes, that can happen.
See, it's damaged, but I got these from a charity shop for something like probably £8 or something like that. Oh, it's kind of neat. Who owned this and owned some other stuff, biographies I got, were a husband and wife they were archaeologists, minor archaeologists, but they wrote a few things. And they must have donated their collection to a charity shop. And I got there like really late, but I was able to get a few, for me, choice items.
Who are they?
I don't know if this is them in the names and the book plate, but John and Kathleen Court. Actually, that could be them. I have to look. But it's got other people's names in the books, and they've put pen lines through their names. So you got Frederick Mason, and probably the original owner was J. Can't read it fully, and then Oak House or Oker House. No, that may be his or something. Yeah, so in Manchester. So these books have been around. Oh. Now, here's another bibliography, but it's so slim that I think I will keep it for now. A bibliography of James T. Farrell's writings. It's not annotated or anything, but I'll hold on to it. Actually,
where are we? Love Your Science Fiction. Oh, sorry. I was going to bring up the thing. Love Your Science Fiction Hall and library will have books on spreadsheets. So,
yeah, no, but I can't get them. No, I'll put this in the for sale because if I find that it's worth a bit of money, then I'll sell it. If it's not worth anything, then I'll keep it. If it's but I'll put it in the for sale one for now. Edmund Goss.
Oh, thank you. It's very kind of you. It's very nice of you to say. Just checking in.
Jekyll, and I can't read it from here. What's
Jekyll and the System?
Why are people? So many people have really cool names for their book channels, and I've got Shawn D. Standfast.
Wow, Standfast is a pretty cool name, though, and it's book related. So,
yeah, Edmund Goss, some diversions of a man of letters, and more books on the table. I'm keeping all my Edmund Goss. See, are these books on books, or can't remember where I was putting these now. I think books on books. Books and books. Books and books.
yeah.
Oh, there's more of the. Oh no, this is Charles Lamb, the letters of Charles and Mary and Mad Mary Lamb. I've got.
There you go.
Some of them are already on the shelf, but I've got actually 2 sets of their letters because this is a newer one, more complete, and then I've got a complete set, and I don't know what to do with that one because they're damaged. Somebody's replaced the end papers, but it's all their writings.
Yeah.
But see, I've got the letter, so what I might wind up doing is try to find a nicer set of the writings, and then jettison that set, and then I've got a good letter one. So I'm reducing size in books.
That's true.
You didn't see this, did you? Because you were away. The Library and Reading of Jonathan Swift in 4 volumes.
Oh wow! And have you got all 4 volumes?
Yes.
And they're on the to go. They're on the to go pile, right?
No, but eventually maybe, because they were almost £1,000 for the set originally.
Blimey.
And there were a few that were remaindered, but I mean a few, less than 50, I think, sets. And I got mine for less than £30. So I eventually might, like, they are going to be probably, they could be up for sale at some point, but I want to keep them. I want to peruse them. And I haven't been able to do that. I want to peruse them. But yeah, it's something that might very well be for sale. It's a bio-bibliographical handbook.
Uh-huh.
And it's just mostly listing of the books, but with a lot of commentary on them. And then there's, essays throughout.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, you're getting a workout today.
Yeah. Reading madness in British literature. So madness in British. Isn't that a cool subject?
Yeah, I'm beginning to feel what it is, actually. Book madness.
Symptoms of disorder. No, it's talking about the insane, basically, in literature.
I know what it's talking about.
2016 by Cambria Press. It's essays edited by Ilria Natali and Annalisa Volpone.
Okay.
And it's a print on demand as well.
Yeah.
So on the sale pile.
On the sale pile.
This one I'll keep probably. See, this is the problem. Like, I'll show where a sticker was on there. It's been cleaned off, but it's taken off, I think, some of the color. This is Hard Boiled Hollywood: The Origins of the Great Crime Films.
Well, you could send that to Jim.
Yeah, he'd probably like it. Yeah. See, I think I should put this up in the film section, even though it's about books, but it's about books that is the basis of the films.
Yeah.
Well, it's down here at the moment, so it's going to go on the literature shelf. The new companion to literature in Wales.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like Wales the animal for a second there. I was like, what?
The literature of Wales, sorry.
Yeah.
And it's just it's just a dictionary of authors or subjects. Kind of cool.
Yeah.
But not cool enough to keep.
No. Well done.
This one is cool enough to keep. The Georgian Literary Scene by Frank Swinnerton. I've got quite a few of his. It's a nice looking book as well.
Yeah, it's nice.
So that's a book of the books. 1935. They don't make them like that anymore.
Almost as old as you.
Almost. Jane Welsh Carlyle in Her Victorian World. So, as I said before, all biographies at the moment are staying. Here's another volume of the old Cambridge Bibliography of English Literature, the index. the index.
There you go.
That's a keeper. It's not a keeper. English Romantic Literature, the Cambridge History.
One Step Beyond.
Beyond what?
I'm not sure. Madness. Oh yeah, Madness. Yeah.
Oh. Getting close to this. Don't know how much he's going to need. A biography of John Carter.
What, of
John
Mars?
Carter, Mars? No, not that John Carter. This John Carter. The taste and technique of a bookman. He is, it's you. If you are interested in books about books and collecting books, you can't not have his book collecting terms book.
Yeah.
It's been put into so many things. And he also, with somebody else, broke the story of what's it called? I've got the book here as well. Forgery of 19th century pamphlets.
Right.
And they took, both of them took a long time, and they exposed a forger.
Yeah.
So that's a keeper by Oak Knoll Press.
You mentioned earlier, the First World War poet. Was there much poetry from the Second World War? Was it not really an era for poets?
Second World War?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a bibliography.
All right. Okay.
But it's not an annotated one, so it's not.
I always think of First World War poets, but I don't really think much of.
This is a really cool essayist.
Farah, are you leaving? No. If I have to stay, everybody else has to stay too. Essayists, which ones?
It's H.M. Tomlinson.
Uh-huh.
Old Junk.
Old Junk. Okay.
Yes. You read one of the essays of his on your...
I did. It rings a bell.
Bed Books and Nightlights.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
It's a fabulous little essay.
It's a great essay. You can head over to my channel and check it out if anyone wants to.
And I don't think I mentioned it to you. You found it some other way.
I did. You're right.
But he's a fabulous essayist, but he only wrote a few books, published a few books of his essays.
What's the name of the author again? I can't remember.
H.M. Tomlinson.
H.M. Tomlinson.
Oh, there's actually more things here. The Sea and the Jungle, Old Junk, London River, and Waiting for Daylight. I really like his stuff, and I definitely would. Oh, that's kind of cool. H.L. Mencken and the American Mercury.
Oh wow! Okay.
And that's in the sort of bookmarked in the Art of Writing. He's a fabulous essayist, so I definitely want to get more of his stuff. He's fabulous.
Fabulous.
He's absolutely fabulous. Now, is this a keeper or a goer? Romantic Literary Families. 19th Century Major Lives and Letters.
Yeah.
Again. Scott Krauzik, I think. Screaming. 2009.
Okay.
Collaborative Descent, Barbald and Aitken sibling pamphlets. The Aitken School, Adopting an Aesthetic. Walking Backwards and Forwards, the Wordsworths. It's to go.
Okay. Adios.
got to move that. Oh, shit. The Heirs of Tom Brown, the English school story.
Oh yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, that's not going. Rabelais. Some essays on Rabelais by Michael Heath. Actually, no. Well, no, it's just a whole book by him. I thought it was. I do have one. I think that's essays, but this is not. So that's a keeper. Oh, this is really cool. I think it's a print on demand. Sadly,
Right.
let me just check. Yeah, Lightning Source. It is Studies in Newspaper and Periodical History, but it's a 1995 annual. So I have to figure out, is this just stuff that was written in 1995? I don't think so. I don't know why it's called the 1995 annual. I have to look at it. If that's all it is, then it's not that interesting. But if it's more, then it's interesting.
Yeah.
Adventures in the Strand, Arthur Conan Doyle and the Strand Magazine by Mike Ashley.
Is that Mike Ashley of all those anthologies, or?
Yeah, and the science fiction history, the science fiction magazine's history. Yep, that's him. Well, that's a definite keeper, and I might actually have two of these.
All right.
Because I did think at one time that I should have one in the Arthur Conan Doyle section,
Yeah,
and one in the literature section, in the periodical sections. I did have thoughts like that occasionally, especially when they were remaindered for like $1.99. You know.
Yeah.
Well, there's Jonathan Bate. There's the Radical Wordsworth.
The Radical Wordsworth.
Got dirty. It's dirty. William Collins. It's the British edition, and it's crappily made. Just absolute crap. Oh. Okay. Nope. That doesn't work. Let's get a few piled up here. Oh, shit. Well,
yeah,
I've got more than a box full of rejects.
3 hours.
What?
Not bad going for 3 hours.
Jewish American literature?
Volume what?
No, it's actually complete.
Only one volume of Jewish American literature.
Yeah.
Kind of surprised, really, actually.
I'm sure. Yeah, it is only one volume. It doesn't say volume number on it. I want to get the South African one, or the African. I think it's South African one.
South African Jewish literature.
Well, no, it's South African literature.
Yeah.
The Cambridge History of English Literature, the old Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 10. Should I keep it? Should I? No.
Well, I'm afraid I probably will have to call it. I don't know how much have you got left. Oh,
Not a whole lot. I've got a couple more piles.
Christopher Morley on Sherlock Holmes. Now that looks good.
Yeah. See that this is something I would keep.
Aaron says this has been a stream for the ages. Yeah, I know. I've left twice already. I'll be back. I was hoping to comment earlier, but I had a sick baby sleeping on you. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hope they're okay. But I don't know. I am going to probably have to go, Shawn. I think
I'll continue on until I clean up the floor.
You'll continue on.
What?
You'll continue on.
Yeah, because Like I'm gonna have to eventually dig myself out of here because I've blocked myself in.
You might be sending out an appeal for help at some point through this. So,
Peter
yeah.
Ackroyd, essays,
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
journalism, reviews, essays, and short story. Oh,
All
short
right. Well,
story.
I'll say bye to everyone. I'll be watching you from the comfort of my sick bed. So, take care. Bye. See you, Shawn.
Bye. Thanks.
No worries. It's been a pleasure. Oh, can't leave. I can't leave. I'm stuck in.
Well, yeah, don't end the stream, but I don't know if anybody. There's still 14 people here.
You
So
know, it's crazy.
it's like,
I mean, in a good
want me
way.
to continue. I can
Well,
continue.
it's interesting. It is interesting.
I could literally continue for another 3 or 4 hours because I have more than enough books to do that here.
We'll continue tomorrow.
No, because I got to clean it up in front of the guy who's coming tomorrow.
Oh yeah. All right. Well,
that's the thing.
Who knows? If I can't sleep, I'll be back in 4 hours to join you again.
Like again, like now it's added. Now there's 15. Like again, a vote: continue or end.
All right. I'll see you later. I'll vote.
Oh, this is cool. Adventures with an ever-living poet. Shakespeare in Swahili land. Shakespeare in Swahili land. And translated into African languages, Shakespeare. Isn't that cool? I haven't read it, so I haven't looked at it, so I do want to keep it until at least I look at it. Because it's such a... carrying Shakespeare into Africa felt momentous for Victorian expeditionaries, in part because they were escorting a treasure into the unknown, where it did not seem to belong. They carried Shakespeare with Euclid because both were felt to contain unalterable universal truths in beauty as in geometry. Jesus. And the unshakable nature of the works was demonstrated by carrying them into unsettling places. Against their expectations, however, what followed was a transformation of this beauty out of place. Anyway, so I don't know. I'm not hearing any votes. I'm not seeing any votes, but people are still here. 14. Well, this weird what? There is a stream on my channel. Yeah. So I guess it's going to be there for all time. Oh, yeah. This may be worth keeping. I haven't even looked at it. So, yeah, this could actually fit in my Explorer. Will put it in the Explorer pile for now. Oh yes, keep it or give it to me. Oh. Oh, this is a bunch of fiction, not nonfiction. That's fine. It's got to be moved. Poetry of the First World War, an anthology. So I definitely want to keep that. Edited by Tim Kendall for Oxford University Press. 2013. Thanks for completing my username. I'll compliment it. Sorry. Jeez, I can't read. I can't speak. No, it's a great name. It's a great name. Rudyard Kipling, Kim in the new Everyman's. It's a favorite book of mine. I have all the George Orwell, Everyman's Library. I'll just go through these quickly because these are ones at the moment I know that I am keeping. Collected Stories by Rudyard Kipling and the Everyman. Animal Farm. The Road to Wigan Pier Revisited. Somebody else wrote this, and I saw him talk and at the Oxford Literary Festival in 2012, and I got him to sign it. It's an original paperback. Here's another Animal Farm. Well, 1984 and Animal Farm, but it's got an introduction by Christopher Hitchens. So that's cool. I have to move this again. I have to bend over. Oh. Here's another one. Children's books in England, again by the Hodgkins. It was given to their children from Mummy and Daddy, or actually no, maybe she got this when she was a child, and it's like from an inscription from Mummy and Daddy in 1942, New York. That is cool. But yeah, I have to get I don't know where I put the children's ones now. I have to keep the children's ones aside to find out what I have. Oh, there's another volume 3 of the English reprints. The Everyman Chesterton. Oh, this is a set that I have of Tobias Smollett. I'm not sure if that's leather or not, but green leather, I'm not too sure. However, it's an unopened copy. It's never been read, but one of the volumes are split right open. The spine, the sewing, the threads are broken, which is too bad because it's a very nice. It's 6 volumes. And I love Smollett. And now what I can do here in a second is move this bag forward. Give me a little more space. See, once I finish this sorting here, that's not the end for me. I've got to get out of here and get onto the other side, take the stuff that I've piled off there of the African stuff, bring it in and put it in behind the camera here, and then put this stuff on the shelf. Essays by Erskine Caldwell, which is a writer I really like. They're not book related, I don't think at all. It's actually, this is I guess their essays or letters of certain places that he was at, like Marked Tree, Arkansas, Evening Shade, Arkansas, New Madrid, Missouri, Lebanon, Missouri, Keokuk, Iowa, Shenandoah, Iowa, Rochester, Minnesota. Oh, there's a Rochester, Minnesota. Brainerd, Minnesota, Walperton, North Dakota, Dickinson, North Dakota, Mobridge, South Dakota, Esteline, South Dakota, Scotts Bluff, Nebraska, Ogallala, I'm probably mispronouncing this, in Nebraska, Iowa, Kansas, Waukene, Kansas, Woodward, Oklahoma, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. So little essays on those, and I really like his writing. Saucy cover. Dark Venus, Maud Allen and the Myth of the Femme Fatale. Now, I would say there's something physically wrong with this lady. Oh, there's a quote on the back by Charles Baudelaire. Do you come from heaven or from hell? Are you demonic or divine? I've watched you, beauty dancing on the grave. Horror is one of your most dazzling jewels, and murder is one of your dearest charms. Angel and Sphinx, pitiless bitch. Charles Baudelaire, who was a very, very strange but good poet, French poet in the mid 1800s. Wendy Bonaventure, Amberley Press. This is definitely a keeper for now, anyway. Until I read it, and then whether or not I want to keep it after that is another question. Oh, there's another Michael Schmidt. He did a sort of history of poetry, and this is the last volume, I think. But I don't think it's available in hardcover. I've got all the other volumes of the history of poetry, but I don't think this one is in hardcover. He did it, I think, in 2 volumes originally, but then he added all the poetry and redid it, I think. I think that's how it was. Sorry, I just got some notifications here, but I don't think they're that important at the moment. Oh. Selected. Oh, I mentioned the Somerville and Ross. Selected letters. Private correspondence of Queen Victoria and the German Crown Princes, 1878 to 1885, edited by Roger Fulford. The letters I do want to. And of course, a pile fell over. Oh. Not very far. There's the other children's book. Put that there. Journals and biography. I know why it fell over. Oh, that shouldn't be there. That should go there. That's letters again. That works. That works. That works. That works. Letters of Evelyn Waugh. Somebody owned it that lived in Inverness. Weinfeld Nicholson, edited by Mark Armory, 1980. Okay, let me stand up and get these. Oh. Everybody probably knows this book if they've ever written anything, and well, Introduction to Bibliography for Literary Students. Very famous book on so many editions. Ronald B. McCarroll. This is Oxford University Press. 13th impression, 1977, originally published in 1927. I think it's still in print. That I'll be keeping. This one, before I get rid of it, I want to sit with it a little while because it's a well annotated book, and I might wind up keeping it. Medical Books, Libraries, and Collectors, a study of bibliography and the book trade in relation to the medical sciences. That is so cool. And before I get rid of it, I want to spend some time with it and reading some of it. Another Edmund Goss, Inter Arma. This one is the gold is either it wasn't on there or somehow it's gotten rubbed off. Again, it's just a collection of his essays. I mentioned the John Carter Books and Book Collectors. It's this is a collection of essays that I got really cheap, like £1 without the dust jacket. And I mentioned he wrote a book about a forger that they uncovered, and that was Thomas J. Wise. And he has an essay in here as part about Thomas J. Wise. Oh, here's the book that I was thinking of. Amy's probably gone now, but I'm going to have to put this aside and send her a picture. I thought this was that Orcutt, but this is Fragrance Among Old Books by Basil Alderton. It's a larger size or wider book than normal. Interesting book plates, 2 different book plates in it. Uh, 1910 by Basil Alderton, Essays and Idylls of a Book, or Idylls. I think it would be Idylls of a Book Lover. Essays and Idylls, yeah, either one. Basil Alderton, BA, London Honours, MA, Dunelm, City Librarian, Newcastle upon Tyne, Fellow of the Literary Association. 1910, Keegan and Paul. Oh, another huge volume of letters. Kingsley Amis. Over 1,200 pages of letters. Okay. Oh, I think I need to start another pile here of the biography stuff because I'm not taking those out yet. Not the biography books because they're not ready to go on the shelves yet in the kitchen. So oh bugger. Oh, that's okay. Thought I piled books on my cabled. Oh, that's not good. Oh, you're still here, Amy. So this is the one that I was telling you about. That I thought it was Orcutt, but the fragrance among old books. Says, so yeah, they're reprinted articles from Book Lovers Magazine and Journal of Education. And published 1910. Ooh, battery's getting low, but I'm plugged in. I don't know why. Edmund Goss biography. Osbert Sitwell. Interesting little things that are put in these. I think this is a collection of essays. By Osbert Sitwell. See how lovely these jackets are on his books. Evelyn Waugh, a biography. It's got to be a British edition. It's so light. Sinclair Stevenson. Yeah, 1994. So light. But I'm surprised the pages haven't turned yellow yet. They seem to be okay. Oh, the Cambridge history of the British novel. Okay, how many books do I need on the history of the novel? That's I need to know. This is by Basil Anderton. Yeah, I'm still here. And sorry, I thought you said you were still here. I didn't read that correctly. So yeah, I'll put that up because I don't know where this is going to be seen and may not have all the comments up on the replay. Another Cambridge history, early modern English literature. These are big honking things. Okay, let me reach over. I don't know if you're interested in this, Amy. You interested in medical books, libraries, and collectors, a study of bibliography in the book trade in relation to the medical sciences. I definitely want to look at this before I get rid of it. I mean, it's got like number of books that are sold or published. Like there's tables. Oh, just kind of cool. Whether I keep it, I don't know. Okay. Here's more of those Cambridge bibliography of English literature. And they're on the pile to be sold eventually when I can get stuff on eBay. Oh, there's 3 more volumes. And that plastic box is overflowing. Getting close. More biography, Arnold Bennett by Margaret Drabble. It's badly sun damaged on the spine. I like his writing. I've got a collection of his letters somewhere as well. This is a Readers Union book club edition from 1974. Margaret Drabble. People might be aware of her. I think it's the Cambridge Companion to English Literature. Great, which she did one of them. I'm not sure which edition. Stendhal. Biography of Stendhal. Sun damage on the spine and brown pages because it's the crappy UK printing. And somebody's taken their nameplate off it and ripped off the page. So if it's something that I like or I want to or to upgrade, it's by Jonathan Keats. Alec Waugh, My Brother Evelyn and Other Profiles. So it's not just about Evelyn Waugh, by the looks of it. You know, when I see stuff, you can't see that. £1. That's how I've accumulated so much stuff. But they've been selective, interesting. Okay, yeah, there's quite a few interesting things in here. There's a Frank Swinnerton. Yeah. Hugh Walpole. So that's kind of cool. Oh, this is a really, really well-written biography. I loved it. The English Opium Eater, a biography of Thomas de Quincey by Robert Morrison. This was a really rough copy because it's dirty in places. Yeah, I do want to upgrade this one at some point, maybe. 2009 by Robert Morrison, Weidenfeld and Nicholson. Claire Tomlin, another well-written biography by Claire Tomlin. Samuel Pepys, really, really well done. But again, it's a British publication, and the pages are browning, and I don't like that. I really don't like that at all. Okay, I got 2 stacks here now, and I'll get those done, and then that's quits, I think, for today. I do know there's 2 other stacks, but I'm not sure. No, I will have to get to those because I will have to clean them out. So we'll see how it goes. London in the Age of Shakespeare, an anthology. Edited by Lawrence Manley. It's poetry and prose, all about London in the Age of Shakespeare. So I think I want to keep that for now. The Penguin Book of Limericks. Now, who wants to hear me read some limericks out of here? Dirty and or clean. I'll put that aside until I hear a vote in the comments. Oh, here's a bibliography that I can't get rid of. If only for the dedication. It's English Circus Books by Raymond Toole Stott. It's very small. I was disappointed in it because it's not annotated, because it was so cheap. I thought, well, it might be annotated, so it'd be fun to read. But it's got the best, it has the very best dedication of any book. This was published by Harper and Sons, Derby Limited distributors in 1964. But it says first published in 1962. Now, this, as I say, has the best dedication in memory of my pussy. Oh, I can't say it. It's in memory of my pussy. that has the best dedication ever. This is a commentary on the birthday letters by Ted Hughes, by Erica Wagner. Again, poetry stuff that I will hold on to for the time being. And I know there will be a very big cull of my poetry section. So I don't know if Aaron Facer is still here. I will let you know when that happens, Aaron. This is cool. Books on Fire. The tumultuous story of the world's great libraries. Lucian X. Polistron, translated by John E. Graham, Thames and Hudson, 2007. So I don't know if everybody's asleep or what. Nobody wants me to read Limicks, and no comment on the very best dedication. This is cool because I really like this publisher, but I'm going to be getting rid of a lot of their books. Good books come from Devon, the David Charles 21st birthday book. And David and Charles, until they sold stuff, like up until the 70s, their books are really cool. And their headquarters was in an old railway station in Devon. So I got to sit back. My back is hurting. Oh, okay. Aaron wants a limerick. 3 Wesleyan essays, I'll do that in a second, to accompany Iconus Antimachia of 1934. I'm not quite sure what this is. It is books, something about books. I have not looked at it. I paid £1, or it says £2, but I remember I only got this for £1. I have to look to see what this is. I think it's an anatomy book. It's essays about a book of anatomy. So it needs to further look. Okay, let's look at some limericks here. Let's just randomly open up. Okay. An indolent vicar of Bray, his roses allowed to decay, his wife, more alert, brought a powerful squirt and said to her spouse, "Let us spray." Longfield Reed. There was a trombonist called Herb, whose playing was loud though superb. When neighbors complain, young Herbert explain, but great art is meant to disturb. There was a young girl of Trelay, whose knowledge of French was oui oui. When they said, "Parlez-vous?" she replies, "Same to you." She was famed for her bright repartee. Oh, that didn't go very well. I was expecting something a little more naughty than that. There was a young girl of Penzance who decided to take just one chance. She let herself go on the lap of her beau, and now all her sisters are aunts. That's better. A lama of outer Mongolia was seized by acute melancholia. When the Chinese asked why, he could only reply, "You'll chop off my head if I told you." Yeah, not very good. I was thrilled when I went to a zoo. They allowed me to bugger a new, and FRZZS remarked to me, "Yes, it's a privilege granted to few." Okay, that was weird. A slow-footed stockman called Beals slipped up with a bull on his heels. When trying to rise, he got quite a surprise, learning something of what a cow feels. She was caught, a young girl of Oxeter, in flagrante delicto with jocks at her. With two, no, let me start this again. She was caught, a young girl of Oxeter, in flagrante delicto, two jocks at her. As the customers came, cameras clicked to their shame, and the photos were captured to Coxeter. A kinky young girl from Oxeter adored having men wave their socks at her. She was cleaned. She was cleaned of this stain by a priest from Dunblane, who quoted St. Paul and John Knox at her. Try our rubber girlfriend, air inflatable, perennial young, quite insatiable. Our satisfied clients, from mere midgets to giants, say she's incredibly sexy and malleable. Limericks. Now, how many people did I lose there? No, I actually gained a few people. The History of Street Literature by Leslie Shepard. David and Charles. I just mentioned them, David and Charles. See, they do cool books. Secondhand Book Fair is 1994. History of Street Literature. The story of broadside ballads, chapbooks, proclamations, news sheets, election bills, tracts, pamphlets, cocks, catch pennies, and other ephemera by Leslie Shepard, David and Charles, Newton Abbott, 1962. Oh, no, wait a minute. No, those are other books. 1973. So definitely want to keep that, at least for now. This could be interesting. I've wanted to read this, but yeah, it sort of must have got lost. This Stolen Mockery, The Art of Literary Forgery by John Whitfield. Or, sorry, why does it, John Whitehead? John Whitehead. It's got a newspaper thing in. I think about Shakespeare forgeries. Arlington Books. Yeah, so it's a bunch of art or literary forgeries. So yeah, that will be interesting. Romantics at School. That looks kind of interesting. Morris Marples, Faber and Faber. Roman numerals. I got to use my brain. 1967. It is often supposed that the poet, introvert, and dreamer by nature inevitably finds himself a misfit in the crude world of school. And in this new book, Morris Marples takes the school lives of Wordsworth, Coleridge, Southey, Byron, Shelley, and Keats and discovers just how far this was true. The six poets were at their several schools over a period of 30 years, beginning in 1779. Three of them went to public schools, Southey to Westminster, Byron to Harrow, Shelley to Eton, while Coleridge was educated at Christ's Hospital, Wordsworth at the country grammar school, and Keats at a private school. That could be interesting. Okay, here's another one of those Michael Schmidt. The Story of Poetry, English Poets from Skelton to Dryden. This is Weidenfeld and Nicholson. You see, this is British and it's white paper, so sometimes they're okay. And it's been bumped badly. This is volume 2. And I've got all the volumes, I think. Oh, Amy, if you're still here, you'll recognize this. I picked that up because you had it. The Greenwood Hat, with a preface by Earl Baldwin of Bewdley. Second large printing, J.M. Barrie. Collection of his essays. Oh, what's this? Original receipt. This was bought at Green Meadow Books in Penzance, owned by Abe. And 1920? It's not that old, is it? No. It looks like the date, 7/4/20. That doesn't make sense. Oh, no. Oh, boy. It's a receipt for me. Somebody's written out a receipt. So I bought this in 2020 for £7.50 off of the internet. With many thanks for your order. Enjoy. Take care. All best wishes. Sue. From Green Meadow Books. Penzance. Have you been to Penzance, Aaron? Do you know if that bookshop still exists? Green Meadow Books on Garrick Street. Buryan. It's a stamp that's over a line. Buryan, I think Buryan. So yeah, I paid £7.50 for it. Not sure if these are book essays or what. Well, I think it is. Yeah, these are the ones that he wrote under a pseudonym. Ladies at Cricket. I'll put it with the books about books for the moment until I look at it closer. How to Make the Best of Life, Arnold Bennett. It's another old one with a jacket. It's essays, more or less, I think. Not really book related. It's Hodder and Stoughton, and there's no date on it, but it's got to be 30s or possibly even 20s. I'd have to look that up. I'm not sure, but that's very plain dust jacket. I think it's just normal, everyday essays. Oh, now here's some books that are not going. Definitely not going. They're staying. The Heritage of the English Library, George Allen and Unwin. Professor Raymond Irwin here continues his studies of the history of libraries, which he began 6 years ago in the origins of the English Library. The origins of the English Library. That's been moth-eaten a bit there. This is George Allen and Unwin, Raymond Irwin, 1964. And the origins, George Allen and Unwin, 1958. Let's get these in order. Okay, 3 volumes. Now they're backwards here, but so I can do this. Second edition, English Books and Readers, 1475 to 1557, being a study of the history of the book trade from Caxton to the incorporation of the Stationeries Company by H.S. Bennett, Cambridge University Press. Originally it was £5.40, 1970. That would have been expensive, second edition. But reprinted. It's a reprint of the second edition in 1970, originally published in 1952. English Books and Readers. I've got stuff falling over here. Yeah, it's the same thing, but 1558 to 1603 being a study of the history of the book trade in the reign of Elizabeth I. 1965. And 1603 to 1640 being a study in the history of the book trade in the reigns of James I and Charles I. I don't think it was ever continued further than this. 1970, Cambridge University Press. I don't know if you're still there, Mark, but here's 93, Victor Hugo. It's part of a set, I guess, a complete set. 93, Volume 1 and Volume 2. J.M. Dent. Translated by M. Jules Gray. I don't have a date on it, but it's definitely late 1800s. So it's translation of 93. It's the only, I don't think it's been translated by anybody else, not recently, I don't think. Oh, this is really cool. It's 3 volumes, I think, or maybe just 2. It's English books, 1475 to 1900, a signpost for collectors. And this is a volume 2, Gray to Kipling. And it is literally, that's it. It talks about the books published then that are worth collecting. Odes by Gray. There's like nursery treasures. It's just saying what should be collected. It's really cool. It's like a lot of really cool books in here that I don't know why these aren't. Some of them aren't reprinted. They'd be really cool as reprints. Yeah. London Life in the 18th Century. Interesting. 1930 by M. Dorothy George, but badly sun damaged. Well, quite badly sun damaged, and that can go. Biography and Study of Alexander Dumas by A. Craig Bell. See that I'll be keeping. George Orwell, Life and Letters. This is the American edition, which I bought because the British edition I had on the shelf and it turned yellow very quickly. Just sitting there, not being used and not in the sunlight. The pages turned yellow. And this is a sort of a collection from the big 20 volume set. But I thought it was nice to pick up and read because rather than read, like, you get all the letters together here. In the 20 volume set, it's diaries, letters, essays, all chronological order. So to read the letters, you got to pick up each book and then find the letters. But I like the way that's done, but I also like having a book about just about the letters as well. Oh. Okay. Again, very cool stuff. Reading monarchs' writing. The poetry of Henry VIII, Mary Stuart, Elizabeth I, and James the Sixth and Seventh. And it's sort of critical material. There is some poetry in there, but yeah, it's University Press, I think. Oh no, well, yeah, it is sort of. Arizona Center for Medieval and Renaissance Studies, Tempe, Arizona, 2002. It's volume 234 of the Medieval and Renaissance Texts and Studies. Not keeping that, at least not now. Nature's Cruel Stepdames, Murderous Women in the Street Literature of 17th Century England. Dickensie University Press, if that's pronounced correct. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Susan C. Staub. And it's 2005. I think I want to keep this for a little while. I want to read some stuff that's in here. Women's Crimes in the Popular Press. The Femme Covert Uncovered Representations of Murderous Wives. Bloody Mothers, Representations of Child Murder. To Avoid Their Shame, Representations of Infanticide. Yeah, not a very pretty picture of things. A hellish murder committed by a French midwife. Blood for Blood, or Justice Executed for Innocent Blood Shed by N. Oh, actually, is this? This might have a reprint of original material. I think it does. So yeah, definitely that is not going. I'm keeping that. C.K. Chesterton, Our Reappraisal. So it's a literary study of C.K. Chesterton. And for now, I'm keeping that. Oh, there's another, the Story of Poetry, English Poets and Poetry from Camden to Caxton by Michael Schmidt. This is volume 1. So yeah, I had volume 2, volume 1 there. Now, I've got to move this in order to get the others. More of the children's books stuff. Keep those together. Oh, falling down behind me. Letters of Sylvia Plath, which I'll be keeping. Letters of Max Beerborn. Obviously, letters keeping for now. That may eventually go because he's okay. Letters of Noel Coward. Philip Pullman. Essays called Demon Voices on Stories and Storytelling. It does have stuff about, well, reading and everything. I don't think this is something I'll keep. But I do want to read some of these essays on reading that he's written. So I do want to take a look at those. So they will be staying for the short term until I need space. Oh, this is cool. Yeah. The Keats brothers, The Life of John and George. I'm not sure where Paul and Ringo is, but John and George. The other two brothers, Paul and Ringo. That's in volume 2. Just seeing if anybody's still listening, paying attention. Oh, this is cool. Hollywood Gothic by David J. Scull. The Tangled Web of Dracula from novel to stage to screen. See, that should be in my film section, not down here. Popular reading and publishing in Britain, 1915 to 1950. Very cool subject matter, but not so much of interest, even though they're interest titles, but interesting titles of the chapters. Oh, this is, the Book of Common Prayer. Its making and revisions, 1549 to 1661. Yeah, that's a definite. Some nice plates in here. That's a definite keep. It's in rough shape, but it's a keeper. It's a keeper. Oh, Mark, you still there? Is this the one? Is this the biography of Gertrude Bell that you were saying? By Georgina Howell? Because I'm not sure. There's one that the movie was horrible. But yeah, that should be kept with my exploration stuff. Oh, that's it. Yeah, it's yellowed pages, but yeah, I'm keeping that with my exploration stuff. Oh, the other one is pants. Yeah, I might have the other ones. Richard Ellman's biography of Oscar Wilde. It's the standard. Oh, look at this. This is cool. You see that? That is not a thing of pictures. That is different paper that was used and that is turned brown. So they used a crappy bit of paper for that section and it's turned brown. Oh, I've wanted to read this for quite a while. This is something I want to put up and or up closer to reading time. Maybe not this year, but at some point. Thoreau, A Life by Henry David, published by University of Chicago Press. Published, come on, where's the year? Give me a year. 2017. So it's relatively new. Oh. 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 Here's another one of those, I think. Yeah, the medieval studies one. Medieval and Renaissance Texts and Studies. This is volume 208. Subordination and Authorship in Early Modern England. The Case of Elizabeth Cavendish Egerton and Her Loose Papers. Edited with an introductory monograph by Betty S. Trevitsky. 1999, the Arizona Center for Medieval and Renaissance Studies. That's going on the pile to go. George Orwell, English Rebel. Yeah, another George Orwell book. Ellen Terry, the actress. That sort of, oh, that's sticking there. Oh, I better not pull it off. I need some work to clean it. Oh, is that pencil? I mean, a pen mark? Oh no, it's printed underlining. The Short Life and Blazing Art of Sylvia Plath. Red Comet. I want to read this at some point. Heather Clark, Jonathan Cape, 2020. See, that's still white. The paper's still white, so they can do it, but they don't always do it. See, more children's literature stuff. I'm definitely going to make I'm going to get them all together. And then another one, The Green and Burning Tree, on the writing and enjoyment of children's books. Oh, I want to put this up. Yeah. Mark was saying that the Gertrude Bell one is it, and the other biography is bad. And Coffee Nut says the Red Comet is great. Yeah, I expect it would be. But there's another children's history. Oh, there's another H.M. Tomlinson with a dust jacket. This is Under the Red Ensign, 1926. 1926. So it's 100 years old, and it's still got its dust jacket. Oh, here's a great book. It's short. I wish it was longer. The Meaning of Everything. It's the story of the Oxford English Dictionary. Definitely want to keep that. Oh, I got some journals here. A really fabulous journal. I'd love to get it. I haven't. It's 3-4 years since I. Well, this is 2020, so it could even be more than that. The London Magazine, fabulous journal. Jonathan Cape, a biography or autobiography, or biography of a publisher of Jonathan Cape. No, it's going in the biographies. Another London magazine. Strange cover. Oh yeah, this one I think I want to keep. Periodicals and Publishers, the Newspaper and Journal Trade, 1740 to 1914. Edited by John Hinks, Catherine Armstrong, and Matthew Day. Oak Knoll Press, the British Library, 2009. That goes on there. Back to Somerville and Ross, A Critical Appreciation. This is a nice looking British edition, but it's already, I bought this new, like cheap off of Amazon when they dropped it really cheap. But it's already turning. But it's a wonderful art on the jacket. It's the Ministry of Truth, a biography of George Orwell's 1984. Isn't that a wonderful art on the dust jacket? This is by Dorian Linsky, Picador, 2019. Oh, there's another Arnold Bennett. Oh, no, that was C.K. Chesterton. Arnold Bennett, The Critical Heritage by James Halpern. Ooh, not very nice printing. It almost looks like dot matrix printing. Okay, now that is all the piles there. I still have 3 more piles that I do have to move. I don't know. Do you want me to continue? It'll probably take me a couple more hours to do it. So do let me know. I'll just sort of show you what is left if I can. Let me turn this to the opposite camera. Camera. So I know where I'm pointing. Settings. Camera. Back facing. There you go. Okay, see, that's the fire that I need to clear out. And all these books, like down there, are partially in bags. These are going to go on this bookcase in behind. And I made a couple other piles here, biographies, which are going to go into the kitchen. And then there's still those piles here that I'm going to have to clean out because he has to get to the gas there, and then I do have to clean off the top there. That one, that pile, no, those are the piles I have to clean. The pile over here, well, no, you can't see it in behind there. So do let me know if you want me to continue with these 3 stacks that are there. One's a bit high, and one's not so high. There's a lot of Folio Society down at the bottom. You can see the slipcases. So let me know. Front facing. There we go. Back. Hi, Joseph. So yeah, I need to know, do I continue? There's 12 people watching, or they've walked away and left it going. So I need to know, do I continue with these other piles? Oh, there's a nice one. A Bookman's Letters. By W. Robertson Nichol. 4th edition, Howder and Stoughton. This volume is in the main a selection from some hundreds of similar letters attributed to the British Weekly under the general title The Correspondence of Claudius Clear, and addressed to a large popular audience interested in books and authors. I am deeply indebted to my colleague in the editorship of the Bookman, Mr. A. St. John Adcock, and other friends for their kindness in helping me to choose from such a mass of material. Some pages are included from contributions to the North American Review, Blackwoods Magazine, and the Contemporary Review. Hampstead, November 1913. These were very popular. Oh, you've got this one. I haven't read this one yet, Amy. Amy's still here. Bookman's Letter is a good one, yeah. Coffee Nut says keep going. So 2 others. I need to hear from 2 others before I continue. Oh. Okay. Well, that's the thing. Nobody's, even at the 2-hour mark, nobody was going to sit and watch through this after the fact, I don't think. Okay, well, I'll continue. This is, again, Michael Schmidt, the same guy. Life of a Poem, Gilgamesh. It's about Gilgamesh. It's very thin, very small. I've not read it. I bought it because I was interested in rereading Gilgamesh, and I bought a few books about Gilgamesh. This is John Romer, which I really like, and I've been collecting his books for a long time. This one's really rough condition, though. It's The Rape of Tutankhamun, Tutankhamun, however you want to pronounce it. It's very small, and it's like there's a terrible threat hanging over the Valley of the Kings and the tomb of Tutankhamun at center. More damage has occurred there in the past 100 years than in the previous 4,000 years. Further damage is threatened by the work of modern archaeologists and Egyptologists. This got him in trouble, and a few others, where he's saying that modern archaeologists or Egyptologists are causing severe damage to sites in the Valley of the Kings and other places in Egypt. And he thinks that we should stop pretty well excavating tombs and places and start dealing with the backlog of billions of stuff in museums, warehouses. And he was basically kicked out of the Egyptologist Club by doing that. And because he did a video to it, not a video, but a series, maybe only one episode, but he talks about how they talk, oh, we've opened up this tube. And yeah, they've opened up the tube to all the moisture and stuff that's coming in and destroying everything that's in the tube. The paintings and everything are crumbling off the wall now because they've opened it up. This is another great book. It's the British edition, I think, but I didn't have much money and I wanted to get it, and I didn't get around to rereading it, but I do. This is the 1966 Secker and Warburg, originally published in 1965, and I'd like to get the American edition of it. But it's Testaments of Time, the story of the scholar achievements and the search for lost manuscripts. Leo Duell. Really, really good. Really fascinating. And I want to read this again. Actually, I should put that in my books about books. Manuscripts, books about books. Let's see here. Rolling Life Media, Lift, Love, Inform, and Inspire. Yes, keep going. And also I have
own habit of being Flannery O'Connor for years. Do you own that volume? And what can you tell me about? No, I don't. I've read very little of Flannery O'Connor. Sadly, I'd like to read a lot more, but I haven't. I do want to get a complete sort of short story collection of hers at some point. I'd love to. I'd love to have. Oh, make sure this is plugged in because I'll run out of power. Johnson's England, Volume 1 and Volume 2. It's more a history, but there's a few things in history I'll probably wind up keeping. This is one of them. An account of life and manners of his age, edited by A.S. Turberville, professor of modern history in the University of Leeds, Clarendon Press, Oxford. Originally 1933. This is reprinted with corrections 1952. So, yeah, I definitely want to keep those. Trying to figure out where to put these now. This might be more miscellaneous kind of stuff. Oh. See, there's a few things I do want to, like early Victorian England, some nice volumes. I'd like to keep these. Sort of, it'd be nice if I could. Try to see who wrote this. Don't I have it? Oh, edited by G.M. Young. Yeah. Used to see his books everywhere. Historian. 1830 to 1865, Volume 1, and it's 1830 to 1865. I'd like to keep these if I can. Oh, Jekyll and the System. It continues. So yeah, so 3 to continue. And you can always leave if you don't like this. Watch this. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. God's Graves and Scholars, a fabulous history of archaeology by C.W. Saram. His actual real name was Merrick, so he just used his name backwards. This is, if anybody wants like a really fun read about the history of archaeology, even though it's old, it's like almost 65 years old, I guess it would be 1962. Well, actually, no, it was published in 51, so it's like 70 some years old. This isn't. It's again a cheap edition, or I mean, I didn't pay much for it. Happy 1964 birthday, kebabs from Mary Beverly. Oh, I'm not sure, and Catherine. That's interesting. It was given to a young lady for birthday, so that's cool. Oh, this I need to collect a few things like this and try to see if I can send these to Mark Richardson, the lifeboat service. It's got a fold-out map in the back. I need to find somewhere to stick that for the time being. There. This is something that I don't want to get rid of, but I want a better copy. And I'll keep my books on the history of inns because I like them so much. This is the Old Inns of England, a Batsford, but without a dust jacket, by A.E. Richardson. Drawings by Brian Cook, who would have done the dust jacket as well. And it's just a fabulous book. He was a Georgian architectural historian, that I've actually got a few books from his library on roads, and a few other things. Okay, now this is part of my transport stuff. History of tramways from horse to rapid transit. That's going on the for sale pile. I'd love to keep that stuff, but I just can't. Oh, what was that? Oh, this is kind of cool. Now, I have a couple of volumes from this. It's called Junior Library. They're the size of basically Loeb classical books, if you're familiar with those. Maybe slightly smaller, not as little narrower. This is a facsimile of Orbis Pictus of the English edition of 1659, introduced by John E. Sadler, Oxford University Press, 1968. I don't know what it's about, and it would probably be almost impossible to read, but it's a facsimile. I have to find out what this is about before I say yay or nay to it. Popular Carriage, 2 Centuries of Carriage Design for Road and Rail by British Transport Commission, published by a little booklet. The Early Motor Bus by Charles E. Lee, London British Railways Board, 1964. It was 2 shillings when it was for sale, and it'll be for sale again. I don't know how much. Oh, this is a good one. I used to have this in Canada, and I had to pick it up when I saw it again. I'm sure this is the one. No, it's not. No, it's not. There's one I think I have on American inns, Tales of Old Inns. Somebody's ripped out the end paper here, one of the end papers. It's the Tales of Old Inns, the history, legend, and romance of some of our older hostelries. Illustrated from pencil drawings by Mr. W.M. Keasley, from a number of old prints and from photographs. London Trust House Limited. Really cool sepia tone. Oh, you can't see the sepia tone there, but take my word for it. Sepia tone photographs, which are really cool. Because of the condition, I don't really want to keep it, but I want to read it. So, the Railway Navvy, that despicable race of men, in quotes. David Brooke. It's another David and Charles, as I mentioned earlier. Newton Abbott, 1983. But again, that's going on the for sale pile. Horse cabs. Victorian and Edwardian horse cabs. I might keep this. It's a Shire book. It's so small. That's not going to take up any room, and it'll be a fun thing to look through again and again. So I think I might keep that. Oh, this is going to be a difficult one. This will be difficult. Our Iron Roads. This is Greenham Books, and it's History, Construction, and Administration by Frederick S. Williams. It was originally published. It's a reprint, but this is 1981. But the original would have been. Does it tell me? I'm not sure, but yeah, I got lots of stuff on railways. This is a really nice 2-volume, but that's going on the pile for sale. An Eye on the Thames. Alan Wicks, Gerald's publisher, first published in 1966. It's a new book about the Thames, one of the most famous rivers in the world. So it's a history of the Thames, or some Thames. That's going on the pile to be sold. More Unusual Railways by J.R. Day. And this is kind of cool. This has like horse and sail on railways. Yes, sails. Suspended monorails, guide rail systems, moving platforms, railways on gradients, Talgo and similar systems, and some on other unusual railways. That's to go. I've probably got at least two boxes here, but I'm piled. It's all in one at the moment and piled high. Oh. The Cambridge Book of Lesser Poets. Uh, 19. That's 77? No, 50, no, 19. Oh, no, it's 1927. And still got the dust jacket. So again, that'll be kept for a little while. I have so many of these. I have a whole shelf of these Oxford Book of Narrative Verse. And I think I'll be getting rid of most of these. So I don't know how many people are. Oh, this is really cool though. Who it's chosen by Iona and Peter Opie. This is a book club associations, but they collected. I've got something they collected like nursery rhymes. They were doing this stuff and nobody was paying them anything. They were buying like rare stuff and they were eating like potatoes in order to continue their research. But then they sort of started getting somewhere with this. But yeah, verse. I don't know how many people out there are interested in verse or poetry. Do let me know with things. I know there's one if he's still here that is. But I do want to lessen that stuff. Clive James collected poems. More Clive James. Oh. I think this is to go. I don't like her as a poet. Carol Ann Duffy. I like her earliest stuff, but I don't like others. So I'm not keeping this. Oh, it's kind of neat. It's the way it's very tactile. So that's definitely going to go, but I'm leaving it on the pile for poetry until probably going to a specific person. Oh. Rilke, new poems. That's a nice addition. I like Rilke. Complete verse of Noel Coward, who I do like. This is interesting. I've not read this, but it's kind of interesting. If you're still there, Aaron Facer, do you know this poet? Paid £1 for it. That is by John Dent Young, a bilingual edition. Poems of Louis de Gonora. So yeah, I don't know him. Like I say, I couldn't pass it up for £1. Well, Philip Larkin. I like Philip Larkin. Complete poems. Okay, who wants to see some? Well, no, we won't do those yet, but there will be a whole bunch of folio societies coming up in a little bit. But let's get rid of the other ones here first. Sorry, I'm getting really stiff and sore sitting here. I'm going to pay for this tomorrow. Oh, I think this is all our big, large chunk of it's going to be poetry, I think, or fiction. Oh, this is really cool. Come Hither, a collection of rhymes and poems for the young of all ages. If this, yeah, it's made by Walter Delamere, and it's a fabulous little essay by Walter Delamere in the beginning. It's the story of this book, and it's quite long, but it's a fabulous essay. It's like 35 pages long essay. I'm happy. I want to keep it for his essay. I don't know what to do with that because I want the essay. Okay, yeah, here is a bunch of fiction. Kenzaburo or E, winner of Nobel Prize for Literature, Death by Water. Anybody know this author? But these are ones that are going to go. I'm sure of that. This one I think I might keep just for the heck of it because of who's written it and what it's about. If you're still there, Mark, you can see that. Ann Wilson, called The Resolution, a novel of the boy who sailed with Captain Cook. I have to read that before I get rid of it. I have to. Here is, I like the TV show, so I'm missing one of them, I think. Grantchester Mysteries by Sidney Chambers. And I've got 4 of them in hardcover. I think I've got them all except maybe 1 or 2. And I want to read these. And then I'll decide whether or not I'll keep it, if I like it or not. The Illusionists, a novel by Rosie Thomas. No idea. That's to go. Now, I've got a book that this writer has written about. It's like a long essay on Les Miserables. This is Mary Vargas Llosa. This is a novel called The Neighborhood. I'm getting rid of that. This I want to keep to at least read. Bats of the Republic. It's really kind of cool. It's an experimental sort of book. And then here's sort of like a negative or what the cover would look like on the back. Like as a negative, I think. And it's just really cool. It's very, very weird. It's an experimental type novel. I'll show you some stuff that's in it. I do want to read it though. It's in rough shape. It's a first edition, but it's like there's like a letter that's sealed. That's part of this. Scribbles and things. I want to read it, or at least attempt to read it, to see what it's like. Whether it'll be any good. This might be worth reading. Death and Mr. Pickwick. It's almost as big as Pickwick, but I want to give this a try to read. It's probably the Fizz illustrations. A Different Kind of Evil mystery. I don't know if you heard that. I am getting a little hungry. Andrew Wilson, A Different Kind of Evil, is not authorized by Agatha Christie Limited. Oh, okay. It's about Agatha Christie. That's going. I think this is going because I read her book about Livingston, the death of Livingston, and the natives that were around her. It was really bad. And I don't want to read anything else by her. I gotta get up again and move a bit. Again, somebody I don't know, poetry wise. Eugenio Monteil, collected poems 1925 to 1977, translated by William Arrowsmith, edited by Rosanna Warren. I'm going to have to sit down and look at this and see if it's a poet that I want to read. And if so, I keep it. If not, it goes. Same as this, Derek Walcott, another poet that I don't know, that I'm going to have to explore. This I kind of like. It's Alexander Thoreau. That is the other Thoreau's brother. And this is a poetry collection. It's interesting, but interesting enough to keep, I'm not 100% sure. A novel by A Sacred Comb by Thomas Maloney. No idea. That's going on the for sale pile. Another Mario Vargas Llosa, The Discreet Heart, Discreet Hero. That's to be sold. Tales of Persuasion, Philip Hensher. It's a fiction book, I think. Yeah. Fourth Estate. 2016. No idea. These sort of came as a job lot when I wanted to buy some other stuff, and I think some of them were given to me as well. I do like this writer, and I do like the Agatha Raisin story, so that I might keep just to read. Beast by Paul Kingsnorth. Faber and Faber, 2016. No idea. Fiction book. It's on the pile to be sold. Now I can start on some Folio Society books. I have to figure out where to put these because they are staying in the living room here, but I can't access the spot where they're going to go. Oh. Oops. Stuff falling. Don't fall. Well, I know where I'll stack them. I like this series that they did. It's kind of a like adventure type stuff, but this is The Fatal Shore, a history of the transportation of convicts to Australia, 1787 to 1868 by Robert Hughes. You see, I'm not that interested in the subject so much. I am, but I'm not. I was buying these. I thought it would be kind of neat to have all these because they have wonderful spines, to have them lined up on the shelf. But I might not. This one I want to keep. It's William Russell, special correspondence of the times. I definitely want to keep this one because his stuff is fun to read. Introduction by Max Hastings. It's like the Crimean War, the coronation of Tsar Alexander II, the Indian Mutiny, the American Civil War, the marriage of the Prince of Wales, the attempt to lay the Atlantic cable, Battle of Coinagratz, a visit to Egypt and Palestine, Franco-Prussian War with the Prince of Wales to India, the Zulu War by train to the Wild West in Egypt. So I definitely want to keep that one. I'm going to have to reassess all my folio societies as and when. This one I want to keep. It's not that, well, it's kind of cool. This is Daniel Defoe's A Tour Through the Whole Island of Great Britain. I think you started reading this, I think, or did you finish reading it, Amy? You didn't like it, I don't think. I like it, and I like this illustrated edition. The slipcase is nice. And it's a larger folio society as well. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. I think these might be abridged. It's the Source of the Nile, Lake Regions of Central Africa by Burton. I have to look at these. I know a couple of these are abridged. It might be the Stanley ones that are abridged. But this one, they actually did a map. They did a facsimile of a pull-out map. Which is really cool. See, this is a bit of a conundrum. Does this go with my collection of Folio Society books, or the African exploration books? That I'll have to decide. Charles Maturin, Melmoth the Wanderer. It's actually a relation. I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly what, to Oscar Wilde, and he actually used that as a name while he was hiding out, I think, in France. But some really wonderful artwork in it. Let's try to find some more. Not a whole lot. But yeah, it's kind of cool. Okay, well, there's one other small one here. I was disappointed at the size of this. It's the Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket by Poe. It's tiny. It's tiny. But it's nicely made. But I was disappointed. I wish it was actually bigger. Because sometimes size matters. I'm going to disappear for a few seconds while I start a pile out of the way for these. I just need to get it over there. Oh, don't fall over. Don't fall over. And those fell over. They're the books for sale, so they're gonna have to stay there for a bit until I figure out everything here after I finish the live stream. Oh, bloody hell, these are heavy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Captain Cook's Voyage. See, I love the design, but I don't think I'm going to keep them all. Definitely keep this one. Again, the question is, do they go in the Folio Society or the Exploration? Now, the answer to that, I think, is going to be whichever has more space. This is the Raj, an eyewitness history. Hi, Jenny. Welcome to coming on to 5 Hours Live. So this is, see, I might keep this one because it's got stuff about the early days of the East India Company, but I don't think it's the Dutch East India Company. It's going to be the British East India Company. I want to get books. I want to get some good histories of the Dutch East India Company. And Jenny says hello to everyone. This is a fabulous book and a fabulous edition. It is J.B. Priestley's English Journey, being a ramble but thoughtful account of what one man saw, heard, and felt and thought during a journey through England during the autumn of the year 1933, introduced by Margaret Drabble, London Folio Society, 1997. And it's well illustrated with some nice illustrations. So that will definitely be staying for sure. You see, some of these folio societies are weird. They're either worth a lot, or people are asking a lot of money, or they're almost worthless. Mark was here earlier, but he got too tired. He left. But you're on his channel. I'm streaming on both his and my channel. So it's from me, but from me onto his channel. The Ascent of Man by Jacob Bronowski with foreword by Malcolm Bragg. This is a fabulous book, fabulous series, and nice illustrated edition. Oh, I gotta see, look at that pile that fell down. You saw these, I think, Mark, somewhere. Somebody was selling a whole bunch of these. They're nice looking ones. See, they have that look to them. Really good stuff, like Our Village by Mary Russell Mitford. You can pick these up for a couple pounds. They're practically worthless as books. You get them cheaper than you could buy new paperbacks of some of this stuff. And I think some of them are still in print. Diary of a Country Parson by James Woodford, which is really cool, but again, practically worthless as a selling piece, a selling item. Dickens is London. It's a bunch of his articles, probably even some from Sketches by Boz. I'm not sure exactly, but it's got introduced by Rosalind Valance and engravings by George Cruikshank. He was a very popular engraver artist of the time. It's amazing they did this, but I can see why. This is Edith Sitwell's English Eccentrics, She definitely was one herself. Introduced by Mervyn Harder and illustrated by Roland Pym. And these are quite, oh, little naughty picture there. That was on the frontispiece. Why is this? This is so tight getting in. It's not fitting properly. Oh, there it is. That's weird. This can only go in one way properly. I joined the stream at the perfect time then. Okay, more of these. Oh, jeez. Oh, Jesus. There's two massive box sets. One's not a Folio Society. I have several editions of this. I mean, several copies of this still sealed. It's the complete works of Primo Levi, if that's the pronunciation. It's a box set. They're hardcovers by Liverwright. I have, I think, 4 of these. Yeah, really nice Folio Societies. Okay, there's a Folio Society set. Wilkie Collins. It's got Armadale, The Moonstone, No Name, and The Woman in White. Still more, still more, still more. There's always more. Oh, oh, blimey. Oh, I think I need protective gloves to touch this. I think some know what I mean. Maybe not everybody, but some know. The Blue Fairy Book. It's the only one I've got. The Blue Fairy Book. Okay. Getting close to the end of the folios, but there's still a few others. Getting close, getting close. Oh. Oh, jeez. Oh, bloody hell. Let's set that aside for the moment. Ooh, the Vampire, or the Vampire, another macabre tales. And this is, I think, the same collection that is the Oxford World Classics. Very, very great. Yeah, but not the blue one so much, I don't think. I'll take a look. But I don't think the blue one's that pricey for some reason. But if it is, it's going up for sale. Yeah, there's a fabulous artwork in here. Yeah, shingles are going to come back for another crack at it. I'm actually really scared to start reading it. I want to read it, But it's like, do I start reading it and then I wind up getting evicted from here or something like that? Or something bad happening? Yeah, the fairy book. Yeah, sorry, I was addressing this without popping it up. But yeah, I'll have to see if the blue one is. Now, I still have more folio societies, but not that I'm going to deal with today. This is the complete what's the series name? The trollop. Is it Barset? The Barsetshire? Oh, my brain is gone. But I have 2 box sets. They're a bit rough. They're dirty and scuffed. But the Warden Barchester. 2 box sets. I bought these at the Oxfam bookshop in Bedford. And I guess they'd been there for a long time. I hadn't been, I don't know why, for maybe 6 months. And they had these priced at, I think, £5 for both box sets. I had to buy them. It's like, somebody's holding a gun to my head at that price. I had to buy them. Okay, there's some other stuff here that I want to show, and then it'll be fine for today. And then I have to get something to eat and get these moved. Oh. Something fell over. Behind me, yeah. Books fell over. Oh, bugger. This is going to be a real pain getting sorted. Yeah, the Chronicles of Barchester. It's not all of them. Oh no, it is. It is actually all of them. Here are some interesting things. Let me get these. I don't know if they're all together here. I think this set might be. The other 2 sets are not together here. No, definitely not all there. Now, I have all these volume 3, 2, 3, volume 2. Oh, wait a minute. That's volume 1. 2. Not sure how this is set up. Volume 1 or volume 2, 1. Volume 1, 1. And volume 2, 3. So no, I don't think I have them all here. Well, maybe I do. It's a massive set. Or, well, it's not massive, but it's a set by Pickering, which was a publisher. They originally Chados and Pickering, but then they were finally owned by Rees-Mogg's family and his father, and sold them. And I think it was bought by like Routledge, that group. Can't remember what the full group is, but they reprinted some really cool stuff, but very, very expensive. Now, this is the works of Eliza Haywood. Now, I think, was she a Canadian writer? Or, well, early sort of Upper Canada, 1725-ish? Let's see what it says here. Trying to scan through, and I can't be sure. I know there's somebody that is. There's letters, her fiction, and she actually wrote some stuff that would be considered to some extent proto science fiction. I think some sort of fantastical travels, which probably are in here. If this, I think it's all of them, or no, it says selected works. So is this a selected works? Yeah, so they're selected works, so it's not all of them. The Female Spectator. See, I want to look at these before I get rid of them, because I have several sets, Pickering sets. I've got a set up here that you see that blue with red up there. That's 20 volumes of a early 19th century journal, and I have that up on eBay for £500 because it's in perfect condition, and it was, I think, 1,500 or 2,000 when it was new. Nobody's buying it. Nobody's going to buy it, so I'll have to figure out something else with it. But I don't really want to part with it. That's the thing. But for that kind of money, I'll part with it. So anyway, Eliza Haywood. I'd have to look her up. I think something tells me that she was living in Upper or Lower Canada, probably Upper Canada. George Moore short stories. I think there's 4 or 5, or well, there's several volumes of this. See, orange fades, never been in the sun, but it'll fade. These are short stories, collected short stories of George Moore, gender and genre. I don't think I've ever read anything by him, so I don't know. It's something I'm going to have to look at. Whether I'll keep them or not is the $64,000 question. Now, here's a set, not complete. It's set by Ohms again, George Ohms. It's Hugh Walpole. Horace Walpole. The works. It could be all of it. I might have the complete set of his works, of everything he wrote. Letters. Well, it's not going to have all his letters. That guy, you can fill this bookcase with his volumes of letters. But I do have, it says volume 9, so I might actually have all these volumes around. I have to look to see. But again, it's a huge set. I don't have space for it, so I'll have to figure out whether I'll keep it or not. The very last book, yes, at 5 hours and 8 minutes, The Archaeology of the Cable Car. Isn't that wonderful? Everybody's going to want this. I want a copy of this. Distributed by Golden West Books, 1970. Hand printed. The text of this book is set in linotype Caledonia and printed by hand on a special design press, possessing a monitored inking system to ensure uniformity of the printed image. It's really nice paper. It's off-white. It's really, really nice. Yeah, this is the last book for today. I've cleared, once I get this, do you want to see the stuff that's on the burner, the gas fire? There's a few books piled up there which have to be moved, but they're all keepers, I think. For the most part, I think they're all keepers. That I have to look up. I definitely have to look that one up, The Archaeology of the Cable Car. So Let me figure out what to do with these. I need to set them somewhere in order to get to these other ones. Oh, okay. Oh, this I got to keep out because I want to read this. Is The Mummy by Jane Webb, but she also went by a different name. It was published originally in 1820 something, I think. But it's not really a horror mummy story. It's set in the year 2126, and they revive the mummy of Cheops. So I definitely want to read this at some point. This is a really cool. Well, it's the only other than. Well, it's the only half decent, I think, collected ghost stories of M.R. James in hardcover. It's the Oxford University Press. It's got some extra stuff in it. It's got some explanatory notes, and it's got an introduction, pretty good introduction. Another Clive James essays. Paddle steamers, anyone? Yeah? Paddle steamers. What's going on the for sale pile? Essays about men, women, and books by Austin Burrell. Somebody was too aggressive on trying to clean the spine. As you can see, they've rubbed everything off. I like these little books. I like the Elliott Stock 1894. I love these little hardcovers, but I have to replace this one eventually. Okay, this is something. It's really, really fragile. It's falling apart. The top of the spine. It's a cheap leather. This is John Hill Burton, The Book Hunter, etc. William Blackwood, 1862. 22 copies have been printed for sale on large paper in Crown Quarto, and maybe had of the publishers through any bookseller. So, and this has not been read. I don't think it's just. I don't know. I thought it was unopened, but yeah, it's The Book Hunter, etc. Essays on book hunting. Oh, but you can see it's falling apart. Oh, what's wrong with the lighting? The Valet's Tragedy and Other Studies by Andrew Lang. We saw him briefly with the Blue Fairy book, but this is how I sort of know him, is his essays. I haven't read this one. I thought it was unopened. It might be. The Valet's Tragedy and Other Studies. Do we have a table of There we go. The Valet's Master, The Mystery of Sir Edmund Barry Godfrey, The False Joan of Arc, Junius and Lord Lytton's Ghost, The Mystery of Amy Rob's, it's so small, Rob's Heart, The Voice of Jean d'Arc. I can't say, I'm getting really stuffed up. Truth About Fisher's Ghost, The Mystery of Lord Bateman, The Queen's Marie, The Shakespearean Bacon Imbroglio. Nicely done. Nice hardcover. Oh. William Blackwood and His Sons, 2 volumes by Mrs. Oliphant. It's a biography of Blackwood, the publisher. Uh, 1897. Published by William Blackwood and Sons. Mrs. Oliphant, she was a huge, massive 19th century author, fiction, and lots of other stuff. But she sold in the billions. Well, I'm exaggerating, but not by much. Not sure where volume 1 is, but there's volume 2 and 3 of Lord Chesterfield's letters. There's a few more here, so bear with me. Okay, now these are the last few, and then I'm going. The Romance of the Grail. So this is about Holy Grail stuff. Study of the structure and genesis, of a 13th century Arthurian prose romance by Fanny Bogdanow. And it's to Professor R.E. Keller, respectfully, from Fanny Bogdanow, 1971. So that's kind of interesting. Now this is Taine's History of English Literature in 2 volumes. He was French. He wrote a lot of stuff, but he wrote a history, I think, of the French Revolution. And this is a new edition, 1899. And there's underlining in it a bit, but it's fairly small and it's very dense. Let's put it that way. Another Edmund Goss, Gossip in the Library. This might be a duplicate. But until I get all his stuff together, I won't know for sure. Egypt, Joyce Tilsdale. Great Essays of All Nations. This is, I think, 100 essays Yeah. No, 229 essays from all periods and countries, edited by F.H. Pritchard. It's 1,000 pages. Doesn't look it, but it's 1,000 pages. So there you go, people. I think that's it. Yeah. That's it for now. I have to get something to eat, dig myself out of here, and then get this stuff onto shelves out of the way here for the guy tomorrow to come. So thanks for everybody. I don't know if anybody stuck around for the whole 5 hours and 5.5 hours, but thank you for everybody that's been here. And do let me know, put some comments or something if you want me to continue with something like this in the future. I won't be doing this kind of marathon uh, streams, but I definitely can, when I go to the other piles here, I could do something similar, like per pile or something like that. Bye everybody. Thank you.